欢迎来到 LCP Arena 第二周第二天的比赛，今天几乎是 VCS
What's
主场日3支 VCS 的战队都会出赛哦。不过上半场比赛将会有日本强棒 SHG 来出战的是 MVKE， 让我们来欢迎双方选手进场。上路
Important matches today.
Kratos,
SHG versus Viking, starting with Abby and Kratos. Important matches today because, first of all, whoever wins here is likely gonna be the first in the group. Whoever wins here likely gonna be the first in the group, and that basically directly means that they are gonna be playing against maybe PSG, who is looking very shaky right now. But they're definitely gonna be having an easier job because the top three in the group looking quite strong. So if you win here, you make your job a lot easier. Style is gonna be the one starting right now.
GAM so long.
From what I can tell, the Guardian style started against DFM as well, so that still stays the same. That still stays the same. Just to know, they also have Chica and they also have a Shogun. I have 2 drinks. I know one of them is like I accidentally dropped it, so it's probably exploding. Or one shouldn't. Is this the exploding one? No. No. Seems like SHG is gonna be playing Abby. The one went against Kratos. We're gonna be seeing a little bit of a top lane face off. That's been Abby. Yeah, it was Abby last time around as well. He won against Jimian, actually. But as for Viking, it was Goody. For the first time around to play it. Played in Italy. Abby, are you gonna be winning? Oh, no. Or are you? Which one it is? There you go. So yeah, from what I can tell, Abby played the Kali against Irelia, he won. And Goody played in Italy against his dad. And he also won. But this is the first time that Kratos is playing these 1v1s. But as per usual, seems like SHG just gonna be running Abby for the 1v1s. So that's usually what's happening with them. Microphone is having like a ton of dirt or whatever, like little dust. What is happening with my microphone? And now it's Abby's time to bring out the Ivern. We have seen the Ivern already. Apparently it's pretty OP. I mean, Ivern won in the end from what I remember. So we'll see, but this is a pretty popular pick actually among the pros. A pretty popular 1v1 pick. Maybe because of Daisy. Like if the Ring of Fire comes as well, Daisy can just stun you. You're gonna be out of the Ring of Fire and just win. So there's a lot of reasons for that. But the pros definitely do love the Ivern being played. So there we are. Abby, Ivern, just Kratos on the Irelia. Just last time around as well that Abby went up against an Irelia. But he beat Irelia with a Kali. Now, let's see where the same goes for the Ivern as well. My god, it's getting so hot here. I need my hair ties, but I just swear, if you have a cat, you exactly know what I'm talking about, but ever since I have a cat, I just never know where my hair ties are. Like, I buy like 10 hair ties, and in 10 days it disappears, every single one of them. When you have a cat, it just happens naturally. Should be someone. Not one of them, that's crazy. Not one I can find. But so far not much is happening. That was just a recall from the Irelia. But Abby as well. Like, they're not really forcing on anything. Abby just trying to catch up with farm. But also making sure not to push the minions too far ahead. It likes to be just there in the bush. Oh, the stun coming through. Nothing more than that. Not much is going to be happening until Abby gets to level 6. We're all waiting for that patiently. But should be pretty close, right? Level 5 for Irelia, but Abby should be getting his 6 too. I wish the spectator was on the Ivern so we can see it. That's pretty important. Oh, there you go. Level 6 available. And there is Daisy. There is Daisy, and now the real fight starts. Oh, immediately gonna go to Kratos. Or the one route, another route. And Daisy is stacking 1 and 2, and the 3 should be going up as well. Just outside the stun range. Kratos is gonna be pretty low, and so is Abby, to be fair. With Kratos running away. And Abby gotta be up 2 levels now. Wait, that's kind of crazy. What's... Oh! Wait a second. Wait. Okay. Oh. I swear, if Abby stayed there, I was like, maybe there is something funny happening, but in the end, no, it wasn't enough to kill Kratos. But is Kratos gonna be recalling now, and Abby gonna get a lot of minions again. I'm not sure if he can push this wave on, like his own wave under the turret, so kind of to ignore, like deny the minions, but nonetheless, there's still gonna be a lot of minions now for him once again. I have no idea how he has like such a level advantage though. Is it an Ivern thing or what is happening with that? He has like a whole level up, sometimes even 2 whole levels up against Kratos. Well, he is having like way less minions. I genuinely have no idea how this works, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe Ivern is OP. Okay, now there is Kratos going in. Maybe he has to flash away under the thread though. There is no Daisy. Kratos though goes in. There is a shield. Can Kratos survive this one? Oh, barely, but surviving. First kill goes to Kratos. Wait a second, can you just finish off the turret? There's a lot of minions. Abby might have just lost his first 1v1. I think he lost it, yeah. And this turret should be Kratos's. GG's. Abby lost his first 1v1. Also, I'm pretty sure this is the Ivern's first loss. Nonetheless, blue side for Vikings. Not surprising there. I don't know if there's anyone choosing red. VCS call line. Something like that. That means let's go. I know that one. Okay, and now, until we are getting to the draft, I'm gonna get some hair ties. I'm not sure how. I'm gonna ask my cat to magic back some of them. I don't know how my cat does that, but I swear, just they disappear with my cat. Alright, I'm back. So, what do I want to see? I want to see Yunara. To my knowledge, she's still 0% win rate, right? Is this true? Let's see. No! Someone won? Yon won on the Yunara. I mean, they lost the match. They lost that match eventually, but he won on the Yunara. No. I cannot believe this. LTF was the first to win on Yunara and not us. I don't even want to see Yunara anymore now. What does it matter? What does it matter if you're not the first? I have to say though, I think we were the first male victory. I think I remember something like that. However, it's gonna be Fate Talia. Kind of famous for that. What about Johan? What is this guy gonna be picking up? Again, I haven't watched Johan much in LCK. I don't know much about him. I just know he's good friends with Fate. That's what I know. So there's gonna be some synergy there, I guess. Well, alright. Vikings going for scaling. Vikings just gonna go for scaling. I mean, SHG might just be picking up the Jinx here. But Cork is the more boring scaling option. I kind of wish they went for some hyper carry. To, you know, just scale to the late, but it is what it is. Marble kawaii. Marble is cute. What do we have now? I mean, I don't like the Corky. I just think that he's pretty boring, but I mean, that's a fine champion to pick here. I mean, as for the support, I'm just gonna be picking like a Rel or something that's like as default as you can get. Into the Alistar as well. Yeah, the Rel is a pretty obvious choice. Well, I said you're gonna be leaving up the top lane as a counter pick. Okay, Viking and Besta. I don't like the Besta. I talked about this beforehand. I really don't like the Ambessa. I feel like Ambessa is quite weak right now. As they only need one jungle left. And there's Zyra. Goody. Somewhat famous for the Zyra. He loves the Zyra. He's pretty good on the Zyra as well. So a little scary in that terms. But the question right now is, what is Abby gonna be picking up against? Against the best? I mean, Cassandra is the most boring answer. The Yorick? I mean, yeah, there is no chance to counter it to the Rector or anything like that. There's another Yorick for last pick. Not too bad. Not too bad from SHG. Scaling into the Vikings comp. A lot of scaling, that's what's gonna be happening. Obviously, if the game goes to super late, then there is not gonna be anyone who can stop the Senna. But at least the Corki is a pretty good pick to keep the Senna in pay. So all in all, should be fine. As I said, very important match. Whoever wins here is likely gonna be first in the group. With only 1 week remaining. Still, whoever wins likely gonna be first in the group. And whoever is the first in the group, they're gonna have the chance to play against the last place team on the upper group. Which is, I mean, I guess likely gonna be PSG at this point. PSG looking so bad in the upper group. PH just looking so bad, and I'm gonna be honest, if either of these teams kind of step up, they might be able to take PSG down here and snatch their seed. If you're in the upper group, it's already amazing because you're basically guaranteeing playoffs for yourself. You're playing against better competition as well, like that's better practice. So with that being said, I mean, I like that. I do think that's an amazing opportunity. Now, only thing left is SHG needs to win here. I think it's doable. I think it's 100% doable, but we have to get over the Vikings. Vikings just look kind of shaky as well. I don't necessarily know what happened to them. I mean, they got some subs now, in Chica, in the mid lane, but we have to see him play. But nonetheless, I mean, I don't know what happened to them. Split 1. We were like, they're probably our second best team. We were like, if we could send 2 teams to FST, they might be one of them. Good on me. Cat is meowing like crazy. So split 1, we were like, this guy's probably our second best team. They're probably gonna go to MSI. And then MSI came, and Vikings were just nothing. Like, PHG was better, TSW was better. They were extremely behind the competition the whole split 2. I mean, even GAM was better than them. So, I don't know what happened to them. Whatever happened, still might be apparent in here in split 3. And if SHG takes them down, that obviously would put them in a very hard position. That would mean that they need to be the third place team in the upper group, which is probably gonna be like a GAM. I mean, whoever loses in the next match, basically. What is my cat is going a bit crazy here. doing Kurami? My cat found something and she's now going crazy. It's 3-minute swap. Wait a second, that is way too early. I mean, I guess a Cork is also late game champ, but I'm sure the Sun is not that strong early on. I mean, she was kind of defeating Marble, but already a swap? That's pretty early. My cat. I mean, let's see if Kratos can withstand this swap. I don't know why swap so early. I don't get the idea behind that, but it is what it is. I would love to see how Fate plays, because I feel like Fate was so invisible last time around, like last split. Last split, Fate was just absolutely invisible. Can Vikings beat SHG? I mean, they're supposed to be the favorites, I guess. But to be fair, I mean, they're very close. SHG probably upgraded. I mean, they probably upgraded in the jungle position. And just like Johan as well. Like, I wasn't able to watch last week. But from what I heard, Johan was actually popping off, and Johan is like IRL good friends with Fate. So they're gonna have some synergy there. And I definitely prefer SHG's comp, even though it's a little bit boring. It's just so much easier to execute. Well, there's a Viking. Well, for Vikings, there is the Zyra, there is the Ambessa. I don't know about those. Meanwhile, Abby is gonna get Dovan. He's probably dead here, or is he? Or is he dead here? But the big question is, what can SHG get on the other side of the map? I mean, that was well done, but what can they get? Johan is around. Okay, cutting. Gonna be flashing out. Not risking anything here. But the dragon is up. It's somewhat earlier dragon as Johan getting caught out here. A lot of damage. Fate coming in to help his friend. There's gonna be the stun, but I'm not sure what Johan is trying to do here. Johan is gonna be extremely low here. There's also gonna be the shuffle for Fate. And the first one actually gonna go to Seal Long. The second one to Goody. And SHG cannot get any kills, but there's Marble. Marble at least gets cut down. Overall, it's not necessarily too bad. At least first blood went to Seal Long, so that's just a support kill. Meanwhile, Marble at least was able to get something for himself. It's not too bad, but the teamfight is pretty weird. Like, they just got his flash, that's fine. I don't understand why Johan was trying to go in here, like... I don't really get him. Like, Fate was just saving him. Why would he go back in? That was a weird sequence here. Maybe they expected Marble to arrive sooner. I mean, if Marble was here from the start, then 100% could have been very different. Okay, Marble also got a little wall block there. Path making was not helping him out much. All things considered, it's like not super bad for SHG. But Zyra getting an early kill is always pretty bad. You don't wanna you don't wanna give her any chance in the early game. If she falls behind early, the champ is just useless. That is the only way that Zyra can win, if she gets anything in early. Now calm down a little. We have to take down Guri before it's too late. This is potentially what we're trying to do here. Take away his grubs. Abby, okay, Abby is all alone. What is Abby doing here? Oh my, what is Abby doing here? I'm not sure, but meanwhile, Kati was missing the shuffle. Fate is not gonna be going for. I'm not gonna be hitting the knock up. Might have been the solo ball a bit. I don't know what Abby was doing. The guy just like stood there and got killed. This could be an important match to find out if SHG has gotten any closer to the other teams, or the bottom three are still very well defined. There are two sides to that. Vikings, have they gotten better? Have they gotten worse? Throughout the year, I feel like Vikings have just performed worse and worse for some reason. Well, SHG, I mean, they have a lot of issues. One of them was definitely the jungle mid, and at least that part might be fixed now. I mean, we'll see. But nonetheless, but nonetheless, it does feel like that. This is gonna be an important match for that. Or SHG still bottom three, or are able to break out from that little group that they have on the bottom. Meanwhile, oh my god, Yuan is immediately dead. At least he got the dragon. But can he get anything else from this fight? Marble is gonna get caught out here. This is not a good fight for SHG. They're not fighting as a team once again. They will scatter around. I don't think they have a plan there. Okay, Fate's going in. Wait a second, Fate. Okay, gets a kill. Maybe I wasn't from the video game. There is gonna be Gan with a stun. Fate's gonna be taken down by Marble. If Marble gets a triple, that's the only thing that how I think that would still be worth. Or it's not happening there. Marble gets a double at least. What on earth is happening? I mean, this is okay. No, it's not good. It's bad. But it's a little funky. What the hell was happening? We need to show down Guru somehow. He's like extremely far ahead. And I was told this Johan guy is much better than what we had encouraged. I'm not sure. I'm not seeing that right now. This guy is doing a lot of questionable things in this game so far. He just got caught out for nothing. He got caught out before there was any fight there. And I mean, I guess like going back in is not like a super bad idea. They're kind of behind at this point. You have to go for these. Marble getting this kill is also, I think, pretty important. I mean, who knows? Marble actually has a bit of a lead compared to the Senna, and they might be also taking down Kratos now. Marble? Just give this kid to Marble. If you get Marble fed here, maybe there is still a chance. Okay, if he gets a kill, I mean, that's still not too bad. A pretty chaotic game, but Marble is ahead and Fate is ahead, so it's not necessarily super bad. Just need to do something with Guri because that guy is becoming a problem. At least as the game goes on, the Zyra power should be dropping a little. So I wouldn't necessarily be super worried about that one, but everything else I'm still looking a little dangerous. This is still a winnable game for SHG, 100%. Just they need to clean up their game because Jesus Christ, some of this, I mean, Johan really needs to clean up his game. I don't like this is total damaged out, and that kind of describes his gameplay. Yeah, in every single fight before the fight even starts, it just dies randomly, and the others are trying to save him. And I mean, the others are picking up some kills. Like their team fighting is pretty good. Marble in this whole process is getting pretty fed. So it's not all for nothing, but Johan going down before the fight even starts is not happening. Johan, do not go on Guri. Just wait until there is a better opportunity for that. That guy is just so incredibly strong right now. You should absolutely not try to take Guri down. Oh my. What is next? Dragon? I mean, we got the first Drake. There's a bit Dragon, there is gonna be Herald. It's Vikings who have 3 grubs. So we don't have that part, but I mean, there still could be Herald playing. Everyone seems to be going around the Herald area. Everyone seems to be gathering there. There had been like 2 very chaotic fights, but ever since then, it does feel like the game kind of stabilized for a while, which is, I mean, I would say that's good for SHG because Vikings were getting a little bit ahead. But their 2000 of a gold lead has about stayed the same, and that's like basically just on the Zyra. So if there's some way we could take down the Zyra, that would be great. But we have to be careful. Okay, we're just gonna be giving up the Herald. Is this gonna be a Dragon play then? Okay, trading Herald for Dragon might be good. I would love to see a mountain here. The mountain soul would be really amazing for us. And we get Cam Tag, that's like the first Dragon. Amazing. I mean, I guess like maybe when Marble goes down the half health and then start shooting up the rockets, maybe the Cam Tag is gonna be coming in handy, who knows. But yeah, that's because there is a Herald now for Vikings plus the 3 grubs. There's definitely gonna be even more gold for their favor. The big question now is what can SHG do to stop the bleeding, because that lead is gonna be turning into 3000 very soon, if not more. There's gonna be quite a sizable lead soon. And it's gonna be also visible in items. I mean, Guri is about to finish his 2nd item, while Johan is having only a single Triforce, nothing else. So they're gonna be appearing soon in items. I mean, Yorick should be the one who really generates this passive gold for SHG, but at this point he's not necessarily super ahead of that game. He also has some level disadvantages to the best, huh? Only got level 12 now. Okay, Abby. That's what I want to see. Trading turrets. Oh, we also got the first turret. Oh, I kind of missed that one. But that's actually, that might be big. So it all comes down to the next objective, who gets the feat. That's pretty good. I mean, Vikings might get 2 turrets here, which I wouldn't not. Oh, there's a fight coming in. Fate is gonna be incredibly low already. But there comes. Oh, we go to ultimate from Johan. Ultimate is from Style is gonna be helping them out. Johan gets a kill. Trading back. But Senna gets a kill. I don't like the sound of it. Marble is only coming in now. Okay. Fate gets another. But Guri is here, and Guri from the side just gonna be getting. Oh! Okay, cannot catch Abby. Kratos still takes him down in the end. We took 2, they took 3. Oh, we're losing this fight just a little by little, and now they have more than 3,000 of a lead. Our team fighting is really bad. Like, just like the choices who to fight is still bad. It was bad for the entire year, and even with Johan coming in, it just not really happy now. Like, we were going so hard on Kari. I mean, we knew that Guri was not even part of the fight, and we just like let Guri do whatever he wants. I don't understand. I mean, Viking can absolutely still throw this. I'm not saying it's unthrowable. They can absolutely throw this, but all I'm saying is that I think there is a very visible skill difference. From 10 matches, I think Vikings will be winning 8. SHG looks better. I have to say they definitely look a little bit better. Like, this performance, I think, comfortably puts them the top of the bottom 3, but it really feels like that Vikings are just how do you see this, like, drew the short one? Whatever that's called. They got unlucky because they got into the bottom group. But they absolutely looking like they don't belong in here. Johan going on a style, which is a good pick. But I'm still worried because Guri is alive, and Guri just gonna get the double now from Von Ultimate. Okay, it's not gonna be his take, he's gonna give it to Kratos, but like, do we know, like, is there a PC bug with SHG PCs? Is there a bug happening with the game and like Guri is invisible for them or something? What's happening? Why are we letting Guri just like do this? Guri is 418. I'm not sure when he died, maybe like early game, but do we know that this guy exists? I would love to see a stat like how much damage we dealt to Guri, because I feel like that might be in the 3-digit area. Vikings gonna get the dragon as well with this. They also picked up the feet. Yeah, 4,300 now. It's just looking GG. I don't believe that SHG has the firepower to come back. They still lack it. They still lack the motivation or like the power, really. Only 61 stacks on style. Wait, that's like pretty low actually. 63 stacks. That's not necessarily the most, but like Guri is just super fat and SHG is not doing anything about him. So yeah, it does feel like that even though Johan is coming in and the team is looking a bit better than mid courage, it does feel like that they're still like there are communication, like they keep saying this, and this is like their how do you call it, like the card, this is their excuse card. But it does feel like it's communication. Maybe like language issues, obvious, like Koreans and like a lot of Korean imports there in the team. Maybe language issues, but a lot of the times I feel like Johan goes in, there's no follow-up. Guri just still stays back. He's like, okay, I guess I'm gonna wait out until things are happening, and then I'm gonna engage when I see Jordy grouped up. I would love to send engage right now onto Guri. But we're still not even like we're not even trying to like target him at all. This is the same SHG that I've watched for so long. I don't think anything has changed. Oh my god, Genshin drop! Okay, wait. Sorry. There's a Genshin drip marketing happening right now. Okay, I'm gonna react to that later. I'll check my Twitter. I wanted to see what people think about this match. I was wanting to tweet out my own thoughts about it. I feel like this is a good old SHG. They're still... Okay, at least solo bolo for Abby. Okay, at least something. But Gen is already dead. At least something. And Fate also gonna be preventing the Baron, even though I think the Baron is not. But they wouldn't have been taking this Baron anyways. At least Abby gets a solo bolo. With Mbessa. I have my own... I definitely have my feelings about Mbessa. I feel like she's incredibly weak right now. That was a pretty good Yorick pick, I think, on R5. Like, there was no one else to really counter the Yorick. I definitely like that one. I don't have issues with the picks, I don't have issues with anything. I'm not only issue just like, again, just pull up the damage chart. I think Gen is still doing more damage than Johan. I feel like Johan is always engaging and just like dying before anything really happens. Meanwhile, the second Drake for Vikings, but like, yeah, there was no chance you could contest this. Okay. Here's my take. So I said, different junglers, same SHG. It feels like they are still playing solo queue just like they did all year. Each player just individually engages. There's no real plan behind their plays. That was my idea. Because now, I mean, Vikings at this point is like super strong. Still Long is dead, but I still think Goody is still there, and he is the main carry of this team. Early jungler is usually not working out because in a pro setting it's like somewhat easy to counter their style. Like you just have to focus down the jungler and make their life absolutely miserable. But it's not like SHG can really do that. It's because that Guri was absolutely able to get out now. Guri went golden for a second, and is this enough for them? Okay, Guri's dead, finally! Finally! Guri is... Okay, Marble. Never mind. Crowd is just some... Wait a second. I don't like the Mbessa. What is Mbessa doing? Why is Mbessa suddenly killing people? As soon as Guri was down, do you see how different this fight looked? I mean, we still kind of lost it, but not as much as like some of the previous ones. Marble is doing his best. I have no idea why the Cork though. When I seen the Senna, I thought that he would be picking up the Jinx or something. Like a super hyper carry would have been fun. Cork is a pretty boring one, and there's not much he can do on the champ. He's like the only one who's really playing well from the team. This is the first time really that they try to focus on Guri. And immediately, even though they are like incredibly behind, immediately they found like they lost like 4 members, enemies 3, so it's like not that bad in that state. Okay, finally, Johan has more damage than the Real. Okay, stealing away these barriers, I mean, they need some miracle right now if they want to come back to the game. Desperation time. Okay, Guri's gonna be out, but he still has a flash. Okay, they got a Baron. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Get out here, get out here, get out here, get out here. Okay, Fate might be dying here. Oh no, GG. Unless Marble just gets a triple here. There's the only chance that they have. There's the only ever chance. But again, I mean, Abby is trying to like do some miracle work here, but now he's just gonna be dead here. Cody also gets like a double or something, and Marble takes him down, but this might just be GG. And then just once again amplifying what I literally tweeted just right now. I tweeted it just right now. It doesn't feel like a team, it just feels like what you would do in solo queue, you know? Just feel like what you would do in solo queue, it's just... It's a good idea at this point to take this Baron, but like why be scattered around? Like this point, I was like, okay, so they're trying to disengage, sure. And Besta was there, but like then leave a sacrificial lamb for them. But like every single member was still like kind of trying to fight. Then Abby went back in for the 1v3. But then it's like. Because they were so all over the place. Vikings also was able to just send like a few members for the front. But if they were just like all in. If they were all in their escape, I don't think Vikings would have been able to really like sandwich them like this. It's only Guri who's still super strong there. And I guess I can best at this one. But really it's only Guri who's incredibly strong. As long as Guri is dead, I mean, I don't know if there is a chance for that anymore because The Zonia's also bunch of damage items. Guri needs to make a messy mistake for this game not to be theirs. Okay, SHG. We're so behind. It's not like unbeatable still. It's just like 10% chance of winning. You're gonna be a sacrificial lamb. I mean, if he's wasting their time, that's not too bad actually. Abby is still on the bot side pushing the waves in. Johan wasting their time is not the worst. Only question is how long he can waste it. It's not too bad. Abby might be able to take a turret because of that. That's actually not too bad, now that I'm thinking about it. We will see. Okay, at least Johan is doing more damage now than GAM. I remember doing like 5 things at once. I'm just waiting for this game to be over. I'm sorry, SHG. I don't know if you can come back. The top side gap is just too much. The top side gap is absolutely too much. I mean, Fate is doing his best, honestly. Like, he's still there. Marble, despite everything, I feel like he's still there. Even though Abby's like 116 stacks now and Senna, like that is more than just the 700 gold that she has. There's a lot more than that in reality. But the real issue is the top side, 100%. That is the main issue with this team. Is Abby getting caught out again? And before the fight even breaks out, he's gonna be taken down. I mean, no split push power in SHG. What are they gonna go for? There's not really any turrets they could be playing for either. And if anything, if Vikings really wanna screw with them, they can just like push the bot side in. Oh, interesting. Is it gonna be a trade? Baron is the first one that spawns, but there's gonna be the Camtech Soul for Vikings that's spawning right after. Would Vikings be fine with this? I feel like Vikings could survive the next 2 minutes if SHG gets the Baron. They could survive it. Wait, SHG is gonna give up both? Well, again, just wait. What's happening here? What is SHG doing? I thought they would be rushing the Baron because, I mean, for Vikings, you kind of want to go for the Dragon. Like, Dragon is going to be permanent, so you just have to survive the Baron buff. Usually that's what you want. But SHG is not doing anything. They're just letting... What? They're just letting Vikings get the Dragon and then regroup for the Baron. Oh, God, no. Okay, this team is so cooked. This team is so cooked. They had like a fine plan, like a very textbook but somewhat fine plan. And they were like, hey guys, let's screw this up. Well, okay, that's GG. That is a very sad game, not gonna lie. I wouldn't even notice that this is Johan and not Courage here. Nameplates off, I would think this is the same team as last split. Now the real question is, would we see Chica? Would we see Shogun? Someone like that from Vikings? Would we see some substitutions? Because it does look like that Vikings would be easily 2-0ing this match. Would we see Chica's debut here? As far as he hasn't played so far, right? I don't think he has played so far. Yeah, he only played in Asia Masters and Tier 2. Yeah, would we see Chica? DRX player Chica? That is the big question here. It does feel like Vikings are just, despite the fact that they've, like, at least in Split 2, they look quite disoriented. They look even worse than GAM. GAM was at the end like kind of caught up with the others, but during the regular season GAM was also pretty bad and pretty disjointed. The Vikings were super lost during Split 2. They were incredibly lost. It feels like they're somewhat back, but on the other hand, they're also in the easier group, the bottom group. There is a very obvious divide between the bottom 3 teams and the rest. So it's not really good for Vikings, and I'm a little bit worried for Vikings as well. Like a bit of a base race. I don't necessarily think SHG wins this one. The Vikings are gonna be recalling just to make sure. Never mind, they're not recalling. I mean, they're not winning this one with the Baron minions and all that. They are not winning this. So nonetheless, it does feel like that Vikings might be a little bit back, but I feel like the fact that they're in the bottom group, that's absolutely gonna be biting them back, because like they're not getting any games against the PSGs, who's actually kind of struggling right now. But the PSGs, the GAMs, the TSVs, and the CFOs, I mean, I guess they can scream them as much as they want. There's that thing. Since they're in different groups, I guess they can just scream them all day. But still, nonetheless, this absolutely probably gonna be a little kneecapping Vikings here. The fact that they are only able to play with the bottom 3 teams, who are, I mean, they're much worse than Vikings. There is a divide between the bottom 3 and the rest, and Vikings just got unlucky being in this group. After next week, they're gonna be having a chance to prove that they are better than that, and if they beat likely PSG, they're gonna be like the last place in their group. If Vikings after next week beat PSG, they're gonna be swapping groups. So there is still a chance for Vikings to get some real competition, but it really looks like they're not gonna be finding that here. It really looks like that, well, SHG sometimes have nice ideas. Like the individual performances there, especially Marble. I feel like Marble is still playing good even in the losses, just like last split. The team itself is nowhere near the rest. Nowhere even close in terms of skills to the rest of the teams. And the Vikings, after 42 minutes, quite a long game actually, but I mean, at this point, the Senna team, like, I don't think it's possible for a Senna team to lose when it comes to 40 minutes. And Vikings are not gonna be making any stats like that either. They're finishing off game 1 against SHG. Long game, wow. As I said, this looks like the same SHG I knew from last split. Nothing has changed. In the end, Johan did a little bit more damage than GAN, but for almost the longest time it was not the case. Yeah, this Wukong was like an engaged bot, but he just went in before anyone else. So yeah, I mean, let's see what the future holds. Let's see what the future holds. Game 2, I'm not having much hopes. My hope reserves are drying out right now. I don't know what I could hope for. Not much. I feel like this comp is fine. That draft is absolutely fine. I have no issues with that by any means. I was fine with the draft. I was fine with everything here. But the gameplay was not there. Only thing that may have changed is just giving some different champion to Marble, but that's because usually Marble is the only one who can 1v9 these matches. So there's that. But I feel like mostly just like a team issue, like a overall team diff. Yeah, give us game 2. I don't know what else to say. It's looking pretty sad here, also because it looks like Vikings are just tiers better than the competition. However, because again, it's like the divide is 4 teams on the top group, 4 teams on the bottom group. Because of this divide, someone had to go to the bottom group, joining the very clear bottom 3 teams, and that ended up being Vikings, and it's just like 3 weeks wasted for them. Because they're not really getting any real competition here. The stage games are a bit of a waste. So definitely feel bad for Vikings. I mean, to be fair, their split 2 was pretty bad. Their split 2 was pretty bad, but this is too much of a punishment. Tower.
Tao nhìn Vũ Công kìa. Vũ Công nửa cây. Vũ Công rồi. Biết làm lát em ơi. 2 thằng vô á. Theo luôn. Quên. Theo luôn. Em về tại vì cái biết không lát. Nhìn nó nhìn nó. Tôi không kịp.
I don't speak Vietnamese. I'm not sure what was said there. They were not really happy with this victory. Also, I like how Vikings have like a whole other team in the back. Just like a entirely different team in the backstage. Okay, game 2, what do I want to see? I want to see just a hyper carry for Marble. That is like the only ever way that we can win. Hello? Hello. This game 1 was sad. SHG just as lifeless as ever. Just as lifeless as ever. They've got a new jungler, but it's the same SHG. The queue into solo queue. I'm not sure if they're talking during the game or not, but it doesn't really feel like that they are. No plans. Everyone is playing their own game. Everyone is in their own head. There is no teamwork happening. I thought that Johan might be fixing a little bit, at least in the jungle mid duo. And it might be better. The jungle mid duo might be better, but there's a Japanese team, and I would assume they're trying to speak some Japanese in the comms that I don't even know.
Would you have stayed? I wonder how you feel about the choices that I've made.
I feel like the only way SHG can win, just pick a hyper carry for Marvel and hope for that he is 1v9ing, which is, I mean, might be. I'm not saying it's impossible.
I'd be confident and carefree. Now I only feel that in my dreams. If you could take it back, knowing that I would lose control and drive off the track, would you take it back? Seeing that I would only crash, would you have still done that? I wonder how you'd be given the chance to sit with me reluctantly.
So what do you think, guys? What do you guys think about this match? Have you guys seen what you're joining in now? If you just joined in, the draft was like fine for SHG. I didn't even hate the draft. I think it was like okay. It was for like the first 20 minutes. You just had to see the gold graph that explained it. GAM had more damage dealt than Johan, who was playing Wukong. So I feel like there is a pretty good explanation of what might have happened. So that's what happened there. The Wukong was not really working out, if I'm being honest. The team synergy was not there. Also, not just Wukong's fault, to be fair. Not just Wukong. I mean, Wukong is an engaged champion. Like, he engages, and our team has to follow. And our team didn't follow, so Wukong just died before the fight happened. I don't feel like every time SHG they were hitting onto... Yeah, because, like, they were not... Have you guys noticed that? By the way, I was focusing on that part. Where was Guri? For like the first 20-30 minutes, Guri was the only person before Mbesta also got fed and set up. But like, for a long time, Guri was the only fed member, the only one who could actually kill SHG. I was watching Guri. Guri was always on the side. No one touched Guri. No one. There was this moment when Vikings were diving a turret. I vividly remember this, and this was mid lane tier 1 when Vikings were diving, and there were like 3 champions, like 3 Vikings champions diving the turret, and there was Guri and 2 other champs. I think like maybe like Siulong and maybe also Style, whatever. 3 players. And they hit everyone except for Guri. I swear, I was like, what is happening here? Like, are they like actually trolling or something? They just systematically avoided dealing damage to Guri. The only champion on the Zyra, the only champion who could take them down. They just didn't. Guri was just waiting. He was like, oh, waiting. SHG groups up now. Okay, time to ult. Time to use my root. And then just like absolutely murder them. They were in like, I don't know, they never played into early game junglers or something, but this is like weird to see. I was like, it's like they have no idea how to play into early game junglers. Which is, I mean, I guess it makes sense because my biggest criticism for SHG is that they're playing like a solo queue team. Not playing like a pro team. They're playing like if they're playing solo queue. And that is kind of the case here. I mean, not gonna lie, that is actually kind of the case. You know? That is the case. I mean, that's why these champions can work in solo queue, because like, if the enemy is not caring about that, you can just get away with it. but in a pro setting. Sorry, but in a pro setting, the things like Zyra is not working usually because the enemy team can just group up and like focus on the Zyra, etc. That's why usually they are not working, but they are working against SHG. Just watch next because it's gonna be good as Viego. Just watch. I swear it's coming. Just watch, it's gonna be the Viego. That's another one of those champions who can really gain advantage from the enemy team not playing together. There's something I need to do on my laptop. Oh yeah, chat. Tell me what do you think? Well, let's be doctors here for a second. Chat, let's be the doctors. What is the diagnosis, chat? Okay, amazing. My laptop is out of battery. Amazing. Okay, I really don't wanna spill my drink on my laptop. Let's be doctors. What is the issue? Doctor, what is the issue with this team? I mean, I said this beforehand. I said this all the time about the solo queue thing, but it all comes down to the fact that they're not speaking the same language. And since the team is not really sticking together like every single year, they're like, okay, let's find a new one, let's find a new one, let's find a new one. They're not sticking together to any team. Like, things not working out, okay, let's find a new team, let's find a new one, let's find a new one. There's no, like, continuity between the teams, and they're not speaking the same language. Obviously, the newcomers are not gonna be learning the new language. Unless they're like Tana or Loken, who just spoke Japanese when they came to their teams in like Fennel and all that back in the LGL days. Unless you're like Tana and Loken, who already spoke Japanese, it's always gonna be a problem. It's always gonna be a big issue. And you could literally see this one in the LGL just now when DFM's academy team has beaten Burning Core, which was in a very long time the first time a full Japanese team beat a team with like imports, obviously. And you could see their synergy being so much better because there's a full Japanese team, every single person spoke Japanese there. And they just outplayed them macro-wise, like their synergy was so much better. And this is what I'm missing from this team. I'm not saying that they should be, like, you know, only playing Japanese players, because obviously the player base is not that large. But like, I mean, the talent to just get around. Like, for example, Arvi and Harp, they're really good players. They are speaking good Japanese as well, but they're on the FM. And then there is a Marble and Abby are probably the best Japanese players, obviously speaking Japanese, but they're in SHG. So I feel like there could be some talent, but it just scattered around the teams, and that's why neither team is really doing well right now. But we will see. Reject might be changing this thing a little, but all about that a little bit later. All about that later, whenever LGL happens this Friday. I'm gonna talk more about them. For now though, Pantheon is a good choice. I think that's like kind of hot fixing a little bit, patching up, bandaging my problem with them. Because with Pantheon, one button and you go in, that's it. Like, you cannot screw it up. So that's somewhat helping out when I was saying. Oh, sorry. That somewhat was happy on what I was saying. We'll see if this is gonna be enough or not. But it does feel like it's gonna be pretty good, actually. Let's go, SHG. have to say I already like this a little bit better in terms of like execution. Okay, let's see. What picks do we have? No Yunara. I mean, NA had their first Yunara victory globally, so that curse has been broken. But I mean, I don't think we're gonna be seeing much Yunara anyways. The Zoya is a pretty easy one. I like to see Marble on someone like not a Corky and a bit more. I mean, safer as well in some ways, but having a little bit more agency in the game. You'll have to see that. Only thing left is some mid laner. Okay, Abby Zorn going for late. I mean, not too bad. Except for that one game when he went like 0-7-0 on Ornn. He's usually a pretty good Ornn. Now what is Fate gonna be getting for the last pick? Has to be blind. Has to be blind. I just hope it's not the Galio. I know they want a Galio because it's like engage, but please just anything but the Galio. Okay, Victor, I like this one. I like this one. Some control mage for Fate. He's the best on them. A pretty good late game insurance as well. Like genuinely, really, like they're gonna be fine in late games. Good to see that. Oh, there's a Hui on the Vikings side, obviously. Just a little bit of a range to range. Personally, I really like the Hui. I think just in general a really good champ. But I mean Victor as well. They're gonna have the late game insurances there in SHG. Vikings with Illusion, Nautilus, which is kind of the more usual combo in Asia somehow. Like we don't really play the Namis and such, so there's that. Chat, what do you think? What do we think? What do we think, chat? Honestly, I mean, I like this draft a bit better for SHG. Draft wise, I might be liking this a little bit better. But I mean, game one was not really sparking any kind of confidence in me. Okay, this is not necessarily how I would like the game to start. Okay, game one did not really spark any confidence in me. Oh no. It really felt like that SHG just did not play as a team. And even though this composition somewhat fixes that. Okay, the Pantheon was like one of the best fixes for anything like that when the team doesn't know how to engage together. The Pant and the Ornn, they're just like really, really easy tools to bandage that. But with all that being said, still, I don't know what to think. Oh, so that's what happened. You can see in the replay. But Johan going for a bit of an invade here, meanwhile. Can he get something out? Okay, Johan is absolutely... Okay, gotta be getting a flash out from Goody. You love to see that one. I mean, I have nothing against Johan. It just felt like that. On the Wukong, the team was kind of not working out, but that was not really his fault. Like, he just a little Wukong. Just a little Wukong, there's not much he could do there. It does feel like that maybe on this Pantheon now he can do more. And that's what I wish for him. It's definitely easier to command what to do with on the Pantheons. It's a lot better. On the Wukong you can go in, you can go for the Cyclone, but it's still not necessarily the go button. On the Pantheon, when you hit the ultimate, that is the go button for the team. So definitely think that's worth. In that sense, it's looking better, but is it enough? That's a big question. Is okay, Marble goes down. There's a dive from Vikings, and GAM might be able to get a kill back, but I mean, support, you know, Stav also has to recall, so there's not gonna be any minion difference in that sense, even though Marble is just only with Marble is extremely behind. What the hell? Nonetheless, support got a kill, support got a kill. Not the worst is what I'm saying. Could be a little bit worse. Not much worse, but a little bit worse. Okay, so far not too bad is what I'm saying. I don't hate SHGs being like a little aggressive, even though that was more like Vikings screwing up, not necessarily them being aggressive. But I don't hate action. But there's not still some cohesion. That's all I want. Nothing else. Also, I want a better performance from Abby. Again, Ornn, historically, he's a pretty good Ornn. He had like that one really bad game, but besides that, I think he was still pretty fine. Okay, again, is gonna be super low once again. At least Marble was able to catch back up the lost form that he suffered earlier. It's very, very tense. The situation right now. Very, very tense. Guri coming in. Everybody's waiting for level 6. Yuha is gonna be pretty close to that. Guri only got level 5 now. A little bit of a texting the wave here. Okay, Johan gets a kill into Silong. Okay, that's a good one. That's what I want to see, Johan. Johan, get the kills. Very well this SH in game 1. It's a different team so far. Maybe because the champs are, again, a little bit more solo friendly, if I could say such a thing. If I could say such a thing, I would say they're like more... They're playing better when you're playing them alone, in a way. So, Oh, there's a flash from Susilo. Okay, Faith is dead here. At least the support got a kill. Okay, Johan. Oh no, I had to. Why did I have to talk? Why was you going for that one? I was so lost already, man. I was so lost. Why? Oh yeah, this is just... I mean, it was pretty obvious that it would be happening. I'm not happy with what I'm seeing. Hey, there is a grubs being taken by SHG. And Good is only arriving now. I don't necessarily think that he can. Okay, oh, it's gonna be in time here now. There is an engage coming in from Abby. That's what I wanna see. Okay, Barbo gets a kill. Can we continue this one? Kratos also in a bad place. I feel like we can choose it. We can choose a fight. We don't have a Pantheon ultimate, but I still think we can choose a fight here. There's a big Kratos. Oh no, Kratos. Oh. Oh no, is it Cassante? Is this the Cassante? Oh no. We got Cassante down. We got Cassante down. Well. Oh no. It looked good at the start. Maybe Cassandra is more OP than I thought. Maybe I was misled. Okay, Cassante, still good. I would have guessed. I mean, this is not over again. But like last time round as well, we're just always starting with these small leads. That was very, very quickly snowballed into more. Oh? Kari? Getting caught out here. Maybe that's what we need. Johan with another kill. Okay. Okay, not bad, not bad. Yuan is dead here though. It's a bit of a messy game. Not gonna lie. And there's gonna be a solo ball for Kratos, I think. I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, Marble. Marble is a lost hope for this team, I swear. I mean, Johan is also a little bit ahead. But again, I'm not sure how much I would trust this team. So scrappy. So incredibly scrappy. I mean, they got one, but like, it's ready for two. And on the side, we also see that there's another fire breaking out right now. Oh boy. Oh boy. At least we got a turret. Does that be our first turret? And also because we got the first 3 kills this time around. Actually, it's gonna be us. Actually, it's gonna be us with the defeat. Okay, Grubs went 2 to us, 1 for Vikings, and now we're engaging for the Herald. This might be the fight. Might be the fight deciding the game. So far, that's been a little bit equal of the game. Okay, I mean, Johan has been once again. Johan venting, which is not like necessarily a bad idea, but like no one really helped him out, and now we're just fighting 4 versus 5. And the 5 are winning. Of course, the 5 are winning right now. And that's why the Vikings now getting their first sizable lead in this game. And also they're picking the Herald. They can also just choose to get a dragon as well, like that's their second dragon. And they can do all of that now. Oh boy. So this is the same team. I'm not sure why I had like this slimmer of hope for like 1 second. I had this slimmer of hope for like 1 millisecond. I was like, maybe they can do something. But right after they're showcasing that no. This is the same team. They fooled me. This is the exact same team as last split and last game. I wasn't even really paying attention. But it happens every single time. So yeah, basically what I said is just... It's really hard to think about how I would fix this whole thing because... Like, it's obviously some communication or planning issues. And for that to be fixed, you would need more Japanese players, at least Japanese-speaking players. And while Korean and Japanese are not that different, so it's not that hard to learn, at least on a spoken level. There's still... This not happening, and new players coming in. Sorry. New players coming in every year. It's always the same. Always the same. Sorry. Always the same. SHG's ideas are not that bad actually in the early game, if I'm being honest. They're not that bad in the early game. They definitely have good ideas. But when it comes to like actually playing as a team and the engages, team fights and all that, that's when things start to be an issue. I don't know what to say. It's just a little sad. Because the whole year is just the same and the same. It's always the same. I'm just waiting now. I'm just waiting for the game to end. I am so jaded. So maybe this is a good pickup, this is a good pickup. Style is dead, okay. I am so jaded. I don't know if I should trust anymore. I have trust issues. Let's see. Okay, maybe this is a challenge. I'm gonna take this on as a challenge. I'm gonna take this one as a challenge. If I was SHG and if I had to win, if my life was on winning this game right here and right now, what would I need to do? I think, first of all, very important would be somehow, I don't know, Cassandra is a problem. But I feel like just like Marble needs to carry. Just funnel all the gold into Marble. and just listen to Johan. Like, there's a new guy here on the block. Just listen to Johan. I don't know what else to say. I know it's a little bit boring and know that. I just don't know, man. I don't know. Every single week, I'm saying the same thing, and I get the exact same results. What else can I do? One sec. Okay, Abby coming in. Going for the stun, but Marble is already far away, and Abby with just a stun after that, he's just gonna be going down. Well, he's not dead just yet, but... Oh my... What is happening? What is happening here? It's just sad to see. Johan has the lead, I guess. There's that part, but... Others... Definitely not the same case. Fate flashing out. Okay, they got one turret, but what about the others what about the others here? Can they get out? Man, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I cannot pretend. I don't see any life in them. I don't know what's gonna be happening next year, but something needs to be changing with the Japanese teams, both the SHG and the FM, and maybe, or maybe the answer is just let rejecting. I mean, maybe they're gonna be the team who takes away the slot from Vikings or someone. Actually, they would be up against the Chiefs. So maybe Reject is the one who's saving the Japanese scene, but something needs to be changing because just again recycling again new Korean imports not working, new Korean imports not working. This is not working out. It's just not working at all. And there's the same thing for the whole year. And if you look at the history, like when was it working out? Like in the PCS the last year with SHG. Why did it work out? Because all the players there spoke Japanese. Forrest's Japanese is pretty good. So Michael, I put him in high regards. Like he's a really good coach. Obviously, there's also Marble as well. Okay, Johan is trying to save this game still. Johan is definitely better than Courage, I have to say that, but it just... The gap is so massive between SH, like the bottom three and the other teams that yeah, I don't really think that's mattering at all. I'm just sad. I don't know what else to say. Okay, there's a dragon fight happening on the front picture. We're seeing Abby with the Ottoman. Well, I'm not even... Did that hit? I'm not even sure, but Johan is already dead. I haven't even seen where Johan was going even. They got the Drake, they got the everything, and they gotta be getting the ace as well in the end. Not losing a single member is a triple and gotta be a quadra, almost a quadra kill for Style. And well, game one was... I mean, game one was also a little bit one-sided, but it was like a very long game. I'm dead to Senna, so it's like, I mean, it was one-sided, but dead to Senna. It took us still a bit of time there. This right here, though, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be taking too long. I don't think it's gonna be necessarily a super long game. But for sure, it's looking like that. It's just a stomp. It is just an incredible stomp. Kratos, I thought this was a replay, by the way, but no, Kratos just solo bowling 1v2ing SHG. And after this match, I think one thing is very, very obvious, like after this week, to be fair. After this week, there is one thing very obvious, is we have our best team, and we have our bottom three. Like that is, I mean, we kind of knew this already, we're just like kind of questioning if the same is true for now. We're questioning if the same would be true. I mean, after all, there was like, you know, Vikings did a little bit worse than I think people expected them to, how they should be. And SHG, they got a new jungler, so maybe that was what they needed. But looking at everything, how they're going now, all I can see is Vikings should not be in this group. But to be fair, I don't even know if they're better than PSG. Maybe they're better than PSG. They're gonna be having a chance to prove that. They're gonna be having a chance to prove that. As now Vikings in a, I would say, very clean fashion. Gonna be getting the 2-0. Game 1 took a bit longer. They had the Senna, so at least that was understandable why it took longer. This game, 30 minutes, but it was an absolute stomp, I think, for quite a while now. And Vikings, they are on their way to challenge PSG in about 2 weeks to get their chance to get in the upper group, because they think they do not belong here in the lower group. GG is a bit of a boring match. But don't worry guys, the next one is gonna be delivering. I can guarantee everyone who's watching, next one gonna be delivering right now. Okay, bit of a Lagorino. Hopefully nothing serious. Kratos, Cole, line. Let's go, Kratos. Wait, what is 015? What did the guy... Wait, did this guy have like a solo queue disaster or something? What was it? 015 Stein. This is a bit boring of a match, not gonna lie. Maybe because I'm just so jaded. And I'm like extremely black-pilled about SHG and the Japanese teams. Maybe because I just don't have hope. I was like, this is whatever. I think this is a bit boring. But nonetheless, right now, we're gonna be having some absolute guaranteed banger in TSW versus GAM. Basically, what this match is gonna be about, whoever wins likely won't have to play. The little tiebreakers is gonna be happening after next week. Whoever wins here, more or less securing their top 2 position. And that is very important. Okay, here's my tweet. It seems like even for split 3, the LCP has a very well-defined tier list, with CFO being the absolute sole number 1, and SHG FMGs being the very well-defined bottom 3. However, it feels like everyone else can beat each other, just in PhD scale. That is my assumption. Okay, Chad. Chad, get up. Get up, wake up. Wake up, Chad, wake up. Wake up, Chad. We have our VCS battle here. VCS Civil War. Always a banger, always guaranteed banger whenever the VCS teams are playing each other. And this is gonna be the same situation here. Yeah, that was my assumption. That was my assessment on Twitter. I mean, even those, I know people. What's happening here? Why is this? Oh my God. I know people are gonna be saying things like, "Oh, but but CFO got close to being defeated and all that," but no one has ever beaten CFO still. Okay, not no one, but like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean? I mean, CFO is just so much better than everyone else. And I was hoping that the bottom 3 would be better, but no. Nonetheless, GAM Jesport. Emo is gonna be starting, it seems to be. Guaranteed banger incoming. I mean, RS is still there. I think RS might be joining the lineup later on. Could be. Have they done that? I wasn't able to watch their last game. I'm not sure if they swapped around. Have they? That is the big question. Let me see. No, they just kept Emo. So it seems like they want to have Emo as like being the starter. I mean, as we know, that MSI, they tried RS, they tried Emo, they couldn't really find their way around that. I said this at MSI as well. I kind of hope they would just choose one mid laner. I mean, they're not doing the CFO thing when they just have different shampoos. They're kind of like, they're like performance based, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I really wish they just chose one. Nonetheless, as for TSW, Pun! No, this is gonna be Pun's debut game. Pun's debut game. There is Histo, player, Eddie, and Taki as well. I'm fairly certain it's gonna be his debut game. Stellar was an incredible player. I mean, Hero as well. I like Hero as well. Stellar was kind of like my favorite top laner towards the end of the split. Oh no, sorry, Palder. Oh, Papan has already played. Never mind. Oh, I haven't seen those games. Sorry. I wasn't here yesterday. I was in Ops. But Pan has beaten PSG. That's actually pretty nice. So I haven't seen the games. Okay, Abby said apparently, oh, we lost. Game 1, we had in-game issues, and game 2, our BAM pick was bad. I had the exact opposite idea of the match. It is the exact opposite. I mean, I don't think game 1 had like a super bad draft. I just would have liked Marble a little bit more on like extra carries. That was my thing. But I don't think it was like that bad. Okay, game 2's draft is bad. I mean, they had Bantu and Zarakan. I don't... What else? The Orn was like maybe that... I don't know what they wanted. They like... I feel like the game 2's draft is also fine. They just had no idea how to fight. Nonetheless, this is gonna be an important match. Important match again. The last one was important because it likely gonna be... Because of this whole thing, likely gonna be the situation that Vikings are gonna end first in the group, in the lower group. And it's likely that SHG gonna be ending second in the lower group. And that means, if you can imagine that, Vikings would likely be playing the 4th place team in the upper group. And SHG would likely be playing the 3rd place team in the upper group. Now, who are those teams gonna be? I feel like CFO gonna be first. No one is really surprised about that. I think it's a lock at this point. Who is gonna be the second? That's a good question. TSW, very, very good contender for that spot. TSW looked like our second best team throughout the last split. They kind of choked in playoffs. Happens. But up until playoffs, everyone thought that they would be the team going to MSI. Unfortunately, for the choke, again, happens. But nonetheless, now they're back. They're here. And GAM, they are definitely here to showcase that one playoff run was not a fluke, that they're actually back. They looked really bad during split 2. Sorry. I think GAM looked quite bad during split 2. They didn't look like our MSI team by any means. I think while most people were saying probably TSW would be our MSI team, and there were also questions about like talent maybe. But GAM was like never really in the question. It really was on the playoffs when they leveled up like crazy. They just leveled up like crazy in playoffs. Like Irelia practice. Oh sorry, Decembesta. Oh no, Decembesta. So yeah, they were already leveling up in playoffs. And they got to MSI. They haven't had the best MSI, let's be honest. But more experience. I did not like that they were swapping around mid laners. Maybe they're... From what I can tell, Emo is starting now, so maybe they decided on one. I kind of wish that they would have just let Emo have more MSI experience. But it is what it is. Nonetheless, they are here now. They are here. Hopefully showcase that they deserve. They deserve that MSI spot. And they are actually the second best team. And beating TSV would almost certainly just showcase that. They are the only teams left in front of them. I mean, PSG not looking the hardest. Vikings, they're in the lower group. Maybe Vikings gonna get up here if they beat PSG. Maybe then Vikings also gonna be having an opportunity to showcase that they might be the second best team. But for now it does really feel like that TS3 and GAM are in the race for who's the second best team. If you take into account the best team in playoffs, like outside CFO, when I'm talking about this outside CFO, obviously, when I'm taking into account outside CFO, who was the second best, who was the best team in playoffs, it's GAM. When I take into account who was the second best team during the regular season, that was TSV. And Taki is always dancing. That's why I like Taki. So with all that being said, That's what it comes down to. The second place. I mean, that one, safetiness. Safetiness, because that means you're not going to be playing in the group breakers, I think how it's called. Safetiness means you're not going to be playing in the group breakers. Safetiness means that you're guaranteeing playoffs. Like, if you're top 2, you're guaranteeing playoffs already. So yeah, just... Oh, oops, sorry. Okay, chat, I'll be right back. I'll be right back, chat. I'll be right back. Before the 1v1s. Then I'm gonna be all ready.
I'm no stranger in the night. When you call, I'll be out rushing by. And when my light is lit, oh, how come I'll sit by your side in the moonlight? And I can be your real lows in your eyes. When you call, I'll be there by your side. And when you need a friend, you can have my hand. Give me your thoughts and all of your sighs. Just tell me when, whether at midnight or 4 a.m. You can trust in me to answer. No, I won't skip a beat. Just call me over, over. We'll drape your washed eyes and listen to your favorite tunes. And I'll stay awake till sleep overpowers you. Yes, I will stay awake and fight the demons at your door. Scrape from pickled jars as we watch the cars until the morning brings the dew. Oh, just tell me when, whether at midnight or 4 a.m. You can trust in me to answer. No, I won't skip a beat. Just call me over, over. Oh,
I'm back. I'm back. Oh my god, this is a brutal graphic. 20 KD versus 2.6. Oh my, they're doing emo dirty here. I mean, Dire is a good player, so they look like our second best team last split. That is a brutal graphic, not gonna lie. Insufficient space? Oh, no. I don't have the space. Let's see if there's other places now. How do I have the space though? I'm recording on like a SD card. I'm getting 4 different things now. Okay, wait, what do you mean it's full? Wait, it's not, wait, what? It's working now. Where's the timer? Okay, half a minute. So that's working. Let's get into this one. Let's go! GAM TSW should be a banger. Should be a banger match. Always a banger whenever two VCS teams are playing each other. And these teams have a lot to prove. Who is the real second best team in the LCP?
GAM 来出战 TSW， 让我们来欢迎双方选手进场。上路 ，Kiaya Bun。 打野 Levi Pistol， 中路 Emo D-Ray，
Okay.
下路 Artemis Eddie。
It seems like Emo and Artemis are gonna be the main players now. I don't know if there's gonna be any swap Reno happening. Okay, there's a bit of a lag happening.
Elio Taki。
I would prefer if GAM just stick with like those two players. and not like swapping around Artemis if they really think that Emo is the one they wanna be playing with.
今天会是 TSW 的猎杀战场，还是越南的老大哥 GM 将赢下比赛 ？You know what time it is? It's
game time. Game time. One sec. Okay. Let's say 1v1s. I'm here. I'm logged in. Now this should be a fun match. Last one, a bit of a snoozer, not gonna lie. Bit of a snoozer, but this should be pretty fun. Okay, Dire. Dire. Gonna be 1v1ing. I mean, the 1v1 should be also pretty fun with these teams. Especially TSW. Not gonna lie, I really hoped TSW would be making to MSI. I just love that team so much. I kind of wished to see Taki dancing in Vancouver. It didn't happen, unfortunately. But GAM, here's their chance to prove that they are here for a reason. Here's a chance to prove that they are back and they're contending. I mean, I guess like both GAM and TSV are making it worlds. PHG are looking really bad right now. So unless Vikings actually have something to say about that, and maybe they're better. I feel like Vikings have a good chance to get into upper group. And in that case, we can see pretty fun matches in the second round. But it does feel like... Okay, then there's gonna be an Ivern again. Ivern versus Akali. So what I think is, unless Vikings really showcase that they have what it takes, then it does feel like... I don't know. Unless Vikings really prove it, it does feel like that these teams would get there. There is a very funny, actually, Chad, there is a very funny scenario that's now maybe possible. There is a very funny scenario that might be possible, which is if Vikings and TSV get to Worlds, then the promotion tournament is gonna be a whole different story. Then it would be Chiefs who are fighting for the free-for-all slot. Then it would be then, in that case, it would be DFM who's fighting for the region merit slot. So there's still a lot of interesting things that can be happening there. But for now, it does feel like that GAM and TSV would be our Worlds teams. But you never know. We were so sure that TSV would be our MSI team alongside CFO last time around, but GAM showed up, so Vikings could do the same potentially. And Akali already going at the Ivern. Ivern is much weaker before level 6, so understandable. Akali would be trying to use this opportunity now. Okay, bit of a pixel battle here, but so far Dyer is doing much better. Okay, already half held there. Just waiting for Daisy to come online. The bushes are gonna be helping a little. But Dyer, oh, okay, that's a lot of damage now. Dyer though, I feel like if he's not going really onto level 6, then Kia gonna be having the upper hand in this little battle here. Okay, oh, both ignite have been used. There's still a barrier for Kia if there's any tricky scenarios happening. Meanwhile, there's a health pack picked up by Dyer. Kia is super low here, but Daisy should be coming in soon. I would assume both of them would hit level 6 now. Oh, meanwhile, before that though. Oh, before that, just before that, there is a trade kill happening. Hello, morning, Gustavo. Morning. Oh, in Brazil it's like super. Or actually, it's not even that early. It's just the morning. Morning. This should be a banger match. Always a banger with 2 VCS teams. And the stakes are likely the second place in the LCP. Whoever ends second also in the upper group is going to be avoiding the group breakers, meaning that they're going to be guaranteeing playoffs. I think if TSW wins, then they potentially already locking in. Both of them, both CFO and TSW, would be locking in playoffs. I think that's how it would be, but I have to double check that. Let me see. I have to just double check if that's actually the case or not. But I do feel like today we might be having our at least two playoff teams. So if they are 2-1, 2-2. Okay, Kia. Remember, or they both of them have 1 kill, so 1 more kill and the game is over, but there's Daisy now to help out Kia. Also, Chiefs have already... So Chiefs is already not being able to get to the upper group. It's already confirmed. And since next week we have TSC versus CFO. Yeah, if TSC wins today, then we are already having our two playoff teams. SHG lost. They were playing really bad, not gonna lie. SHG were playing really bad. That was not really a close game. Vikings just kind of stomped. Vikings do not belong in that lower group, I think. They have a good chance to get to the upper group as well if they beat PSG. Which, I mean, they might be able to do. Meanwhile, Dyer. No Daisy, I think Kia is just dead here. Dyer gonna be winning the 1v1. Good start for TSV. And they're choosing blue side, of course. TSV can lock themselves into playoffs right now if they win this match. And they got the first side selection. Already a pretty good start. And again, as a reminder, I just checked. I just checked how it goes. Basically, if TSV wins today, very TLDR, if TSV wins today, then they're gonna be alongside CFO making playoffs. That's what it is. And then anything that follows after just for seeding. Anything that follows after just for seeding then. I'm gonna share this on Twitter soon. This is an important match. Important match. Let me share this on Twitter in a second. This is for playoffs. Actually for playoffs. Important match for TSW ahead of themselves. A win would guarantee them both for them and CFO stay in the, what is the upper bracket called? Contender group. And with that, they would make GAM versus TSW starts now. Let's see if we see any surprises in the draft. Both of these teams can be crazy. So anything can happen. One sec, I'm just sharing this on Twitter. Already, okay. He's still picking up the Nocturne. He's still locking in the Nocturne. Already a strong start. Already a strong start. Important match for TSW ahead of themselves. A win would guarantee both of them. A win would guarantee both for them and CFO to stay in the contender group. And with that, they would make playoffs today. Okay, a bit of issues there. Win guarantee both for them and CFO to stay in the group. And with that, important match for TSV. Okay, Nocturne or Rihanna. Been a while we've seen that combo actually. But also the Nocturne pick was also kind of just to steal it away from Levi. Obviously they don't want that. Well, with the Rumble already for GAM side, I would think, okay, that first of all, they're going to be picking up the Stevie Rollistar bot lane. The Wukong is definitely a choice for Levi here, has a little bit of an engage. I'm not sure if they're going to be going for that right away. But that's definitely one of the options that they're having unless it's banned out. The Nico obviously banned. Kaista Nico, quite a strong lane. But a lot of top laners are still up for Pun. I wasn't able to watch last week, so I'm very hyped to see what Pun is gonna be doing right now. There's a Wukong ban. Who else? Xinjiao potentially could still be an option. Xinjiao, Jarvan. A lot of champs for Levi. Unless Levi was gonna go for something crazy like the Shyvana. Shyvana is not really in the meta anymore, but it is always in the meta for Levi. And there's the Jarvan ban. Now Xinjiao is an option if Levi was gonna go for that. Even though Xinjiao has kind of fallen out of the meta, but there's a lot of jungler bans now. Unless you just did a Maokai or something simpler. I would love to see I would love to see the Shyvana is all I'm saying. Something crazy would be amazing here. Okay, they're first gonna be picking up an Ozir for Emo. Leaving the jungle pick for last. Seeing what the top side is gonna be for TSW first. Ambessa is an option, I guess. If they want more engaged, though. I mean, they have already so much engaged. I would like an Aatrox or something like that. Maybe Yorick. But an Olaf? Okay, I was not expecting that for Pan. I'm liking what I'm seeing, though. And the only question is the support, which could be Rel for a bit more engaged against an Alistar. Is a pretty good pick. I would be expecting a Rel here for Taki. But again, this guy can do a lot of stuff, so we might be seeing some surprises. Oh! Or maybe the Olaf was not the intended pick. So there's some issues in the draft. I'm not sure if the Olaf was the issue or via the remaking. Olaf is for sure a fun champ. I feel like with like the disruptive behavior of a Nocturne, an Olaf would have been pretty fun to see. Maybe they wanna go for something like an Aatrox or something like that. Maybe the issue was with the support pick, I don't know. I would like the Olaf. And I do think the last pick would have been a Rel. Okay, it seems like there was an issue on the GAM side. So maybe it is Olaf and it was intended. Maybe someone just disconnected on the GAM side. Are we gonna be back now? Hopefully that's a simple issue that they're solving here. But the big question for me is still what a Levi would be picking. Maybe a Gragas jungle? I don't know how viable the Gragas jungle is right now, but Gragas usually is a pretty good pick against the Nocturne. It's kind of like a disengage tool whenever the Nocturne would jump on you. You never know with these teams, they can do very wild stuff. Even we gotta get back into the game. What is happening? I'm in the process of remaking the draft. Okay, this is taking a little longer. Do we have time for a Lodal? Okay, quick Lodal. Quick Lodal before we get into the draft. Quick Lodal. Okay, newer than 2019. Maybe, oh, that was 2019. Ambessa maybe. Not top, not support. Melee though. Oh, we are in draft, we are in draft, we are in draft. Oh, that was Ornn. Not Olaf, but Ornn. Ornn Poppy jungle. Oh, sorry, Poppy support, Poppy support. Oh, now, the big question, what is Levi gonna be picking now? That is what we're waiting for. The Trundle. I mean, against an Ornn, this is pretty good. Against the tank. Okay. Let's share this on Twitter now. They're really waiting for that Trundle pick to the last opportunity. Let's see. Okay. It should be in the game soon. Haven't seen Pun personally. I wasn't really doing much last time around. Like I wasn't able to watch last week. So this is gonna be my introduction to Pun. Let's see what I can do. Game 1. Always a banger with these two teams. Always a banger with these two teams. And we are going to be seeing who is the second best team in the LCP. Who is the second best team? Important. If TSW wins here, they're gonna be at least second. I mean, I guess technically it could be first as well, but likely gonna be second then. Then the CF of TSW would be directly for seeding, but both of them would be already in playoffs. And again, it just shows, for nothing else, also gonna be a really good indication if TSV is still our second best team, or if GAM is the new contender for that spot. TSV looked the second best team for the longest time in Split 2. It was only playoffs when GAM really found new life, and ever since then they have been playing pretty good. MSL was a bit of a letdown, I'd say. But in the LCP, I do think that these two teams are, I mean, especially with PSG not doing too well, they're gonna be definitely battling for that second slot at Worlds. Even though that it's not really mattering as far as I know who's second, who's third. I mean, obviously, like, first round is feast. It's gonna be pretty important, but not much besides that. What happened in the mid lane? Maybe we don't even have time to watch that. Oh! Okay, Emo almost killing... Dire almost killing Emo. Emo had to recall and then use the TP pretty early on. Also, no flash on that. I mean, I don't think Histo would be really going for any early ganks. I do feel like that Histo is gonna be just farming until level 6. I feel like Emo is gonna be able to get away with this little blunder early, but there's definitely Dire already showing up. I might be going for round 2. There's gonna be the trades still coming in favor of Dire. Okay. Round 2. Now you don't have flash, you don't have TP. So this is gonna be way more important. Meanwhile, Levi going for pawn on the bot side after the lane swap happened. And GAM might already be getting some lead here. Pawn needs to clean up these minions if he wants to leave. Maybe stun someone. Okay, double stun. That's actually pretty good. Pawn is playing this one so far really well. Okay, still alive though. Elio is gonna be incredibly low here, and Levi gets the kill in the end. Levi with a kill, and GAM survives the dive. Even is low health bar, but that is well done by them. As Eddie on the top side, I don't think this would be a kill, but good early game so far from GAM. A little risky. A little risky, but still was able to get ahead. Flashes have been used. I mean, this might be actually used later on. Histo's level 6 is a little bit further away. He just got level 5. But I do feel like if time goes on, he might be able to use it in like a little bit of a gank. Well done by GAM for now. Levi already ahead. That's what you want to see. The Trundle is definitely being a staple in this new meta. In what is the code? 25.15 now? They still kept the 25, just not the 15. So in 25.15, Trundle is definitely the staple in the meta. The swap. There were also like these very early swaps. I genuinely don't really know what the swaps are for. I don't know what are these swaps for, but nonetheless. Okay, Eddie. Gonna be even using the ghost here. Just to force out the GAM bot lane. Histo is here. No level 6 though. No level 6. Would they still go for a gank here? No flash on Artemis, but there is still flash and exhaust in Elio. While this all was happening, Levi also got the Drake. So GAM is so far having a, I'd say, a much better early game. I'm a little bit surprised to see that. Especially after, like, Emo was really falling behind. And also there was, like, a lot of flashes used, a risky dive, but GAM still was able to get out on top of that. So the real question is, can they use this? Can TSV use a tiny advantages in terms of summoners they have gotten throughout this first 7 minutes? But slowly but surely, all the summoners are coming back up, so it seems like GAM is able to get away with that. And while obviously TSV is going to be scaling much better. We'll see if GAM can capitalize on these early leads they're accumulating now. He still has level 6 though. He still has level 6. Dyer has level 6. So this is where things might get dicey here. Okay, they're gonna be well aware. Levi is here. First grab gonna go to TSV. Or gonna be fighting this now. Okay, I feel like he still has to pop the ultimate soon. There's the ultimate pop. However, there's gonna be the ultimate from Emo as well, and GAM. GAM might have just made it. Now, ultimate used by Dyer as well, but more defensively. Can he get anything here? There's already gonna be the kill feed picked up by GAM, and TSV kind of fumbling this early game. They're gonna be fumbling this early game here. What is happening with them? This is so much better of a... sorry. This is so much better of a GAM. Split 2 was absolutely not in their favor. But when it comes now to Split 3 and also the playoffs, it really is a sign of life. And if GAM makes it into Worlds, that means one of TSV or Vikings, whoever is lower, has to go through promotion relegation. So TSV with the victory here, I mean not here, but like eventually in the playoffs, is also guaranteed that they are safe from relegation. But it seems like they just cannot do too much against the likes of GAM. And Emo, I feel like he's a bit of on a resurgence. I just hope that GAM is gonna be sticking with one mid laner and trying to get him to the best he can be. They were swapping around Emo and Artemis, especially at MSI. Didn't seem like either one of them would be working for them, but Emo for now is absolutely getting the lead after two early fumbles. It feels like he is absolutely back now in the game. There's already an extra stood complete for him. It's pretty rich with the 2 kills under his belt. And also the Artemis is now getting pretty strong too. If that die vents out, then things would be far too different, but for now, GAM is just in an absolute lead. There was one more objective away from getting the feed, which might just be the dragon. As Levi is now recalling, possibly now gonna go for that Drake. And this is a completely new GAM that we're seeing here. They lost the CFO, but from what I heard, it was also pretty close. And they're definitely making a case here for them to actually be the second best team, and the second split playoff was not just a one-time thing, and they're showing that they might just be the second best team. They won that world spot. They want to get back to Worlds and showcase that they can fight on the international stage as well. And this dragon would be the feat for them, as immediately there's a ultimate pop by Histo. And okay, they might have just fumbled this one. Emo's already dead. And TSV, new signs of life, they're gonna be picking up this dragon. And this potentially could be the start of their comeback. After disastrous early game, they're not picking up 2 kills, making sure the defeat is not gonna go to GAM for now. But they have so much to do still if they wanna get that and they wanna turn this around. At least they take down Emo, but we can already see kinda the potential of this comp. How much havoc can Histo and Dire do, channeling together the ultimates. They could not do that in the last team fight, but this time around, TSW showing up and back to equal, almost back to equal in terms of gold. Again, TSV, if they win here, they're not only guaranteeing the playoff slot for themselves, but also CFO. That is already decided on the contender groups that is have 2 places on there. In this new group system, when the contender group or just make every 4 members making playoffs, obviously, it's a little bit different type of format. Playoffs is going to be decided pretty early on, and then you're just going to be fighting for seeding. But it's not even really for the playoffs, it's just for practice, nothing else. Being in this upper group is absolutely an advantage, being able to play against each other, the better teams. And Vikings are on the lower group, definitely would be what I get here. But TSV, they are for now safe, and they want to showcase that no, they are the second best team in here. They're coming back in big fashion. Zepan also gotta be able to clean up the minions. There's not gonna be a dive here like we've seen in the early stages. And good recovery from TSV. They're gonna have the gold lead now a tiny bit, but still nonetheless, Spawn relentlessly just cleaning up the minions, make sure there is no dive happening. And as we're entering 15 minutes, Dire completing the Blackfire Torch. It feels like this TSV is still here to play. Not giving up easily. Very important match for them, and I mean, this is a BO5, so even if whoever teams wins here, that's not the end of it. But they're gonna be picking up potentially their second objective. They're really trying to still make sure the GAM is not getting defeat. And might be a team fight before that. Okay, once again, good channeling on the ultimate. That's why you pick the Nocturnal Rihanna. Well executed fight again. Taking Animo, getting the Herald as well. A lot of gold, but Kaya might be getting the first threat with the defeat for GAM. But on the grand scheme of things, it's just a little bit of an advantage for GAM. However, everywhere else on the map, there's gonna be a lot of gold income soon for TSV as soon as the Herald is popped. Well done there. This is why you're picking the Nocturnal Rihanna. So far, pretty good. I mean, the feet might be biting back. Again, the early game was absolutely, there was much to desire there. But these past team fights, whenever the ultimates are back up together, they have been phenomenal from TSV. Nocturne is not around this time around though. But Dire is definitely having a big advantage over Emo. different items, but also there's like more than a full level advantage for him. Well, the dragon just spawns and he's still in the prime opportunity to take it, or maybe go for something else, but I feel like that's the dragon would be the easier and safer option here. Infernal Soul also pretty OP. You don't want to miss out on that. And he's still gonna be starting the dragon, at least pulling it out. But Levi, meanwhile, gonna be back from the base. And he's still just sticking around, but he's gonna be in a ward, so GAM is gonna be aware that he's around. Levi in the shadows. But TSW is grouping up. There is Taki with ultimate. There's Houston and Dyer with ultimate here. So I don't think that the GAM would be really keen on fighting this one either. Dyer doesn't have TP though, so there is that. But would Levi start this dragon now? It seems like they're gonna be giving it up. Unless Houston would be going for the ultimate or something, but I feel like that's just an easy dragon for GAM. This is gonna be their second one. One dragon closer to Infernal Soul. Emo? Oh. I mean, I've seen it. I've seen that he would be doing that. Oh, almost a kill for Dyer. Wait a second. And there is coming Histo. And getting the kill. Absolutely well executed there. Emo with a little bit of a whiff. He felt too confident in that matchup. But another kill for TSV. And well, GAM is so far doing better in the objectives in the feat and all that. But in these little picks, TSV just so much ahead now with this turret as well. TSV gonna be grabbing 1,000 of a gold lead. A little bit more than that even. And now Emo trying to go on the bot side to get some farm. But he's gonna be super far behind. He's extremely behind. Eddie Houston Dyer leading the gold chart, and remember, as soon as the Ornn hits level 14, that's when the first Ornn items for his teammates are gonna be coming in. One more level for his Ornn item. But we are very close to see some of the other items being upgraded too. Potentially Eddie being the first one there. There's now another turret gonna be going for... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Good pillar from Levi. But Kia was also able to get a turret on the top side. This is pretty good for GAM now. Saving this turret. Making sure the Herald is for no use and they get their own turret. The goal there is really, really close. Kia is gonna be, if anyone, he is gonna be the one who's saving this game for GAM. But it's gonna be very hard. There's already one Ornn item for Pun. And from each level from now on. And his other teammates are gonna be getting one too. So the game is gonna get harder and harder for GAM. Also, Kaisa eventually gonna be getting all the upgrades. One more item, I think, would be all the upgrades, but there should be like 1 or 2 upgrades already for Eddie. A little bit secretly, but he's getting extremely strong here now. This might be the fight that we're looking for. However, Pun is only arriving now. There's gonna be the ultimate pop. The stun is gonna be on Levi. There's the ultimate from Eddie, and Pun is the one getting the kill. But that just might be the go button for the Otacon for TSV. Are they gonna be going for that? Exactly. Otacon is the next target here. But he couldn't hit the board. There you go. And there's the TP coming actually from Kia. He's the strongest member of GAM. Ultimate available, ultimate popped. Can he steal the way? No. Otacon goes for TSV. And everyone survives. Well done by TSV. So far, their team fighting is immaculate. Even if GAM somewhat controls the objectives, they have the lead in most aspects, but besides Kia, now the lanes are just losing extremely hard. And Eddie is gonna be super strong. I'm pretty sure Pon got level 14 out of that, right? Should be having level 14 very soon. If not already, but there you go, level 14. Level 14 already for Pon. Who's getting the item? Probably, I would say, maybe Eddie. So far, he didn't give it to anyone. But I think Eddie should be the one. But now there is an engage coming in. An easy peasy kill. Levi is not there anymore for GAM. And the dragon spawns just now. Might be what they're going for. I see some pings there from TSV. We know jungler, the GAM said it should be an easy dragon for them, the second one. And that would just equalize the dragon score too. That would have been maybe something that GAM has for their advantage, but now TSV gonna be equalizing that too. And Eddie is just incredibly strong. Incredibly strong there. More items are still not coming. I wonder what he's waiting for. But nonetheless, I mean, only Kia has the lead, but I mean, I like Rommel, very strong of top laner. It's just I feel like this is already getting to the point where it's over. And where TSV would be getting their first game victory. One step closer to locking in the playoffs, to locking in their spot in this contender group. And Baron also spawns. There's also the Baron here. If GAM is caught lacking once again, that should be just an easy Baron pickup for TSV. And there is already Ornn item. There you go, there you go. Ornn item for the Kaisa. And there should be another one ready, I'm pretty sure, for TSV. Or is it starting at 14? We should be starting at 13. Whatever. Oh, yeah. There you go. Now, both Histo and Eddie having their Ornn items. I'm not sure what TSV were waiting with the Ornn items, but now 2 Ornn items. And the fights so far look pretty much TSV favored. And now immediately 2 more Ornn items coming in for the next team fight. It's gonna be pretty rough to fight them from this point on. Eddie should be having all abilities upgraded at this point too. And Kia is strong, but I'm really not sure what he can do alone. It might be another turret for TSV. Kia not even gonna be sticking around. And more, it's just looking like the TSV are here to lock in their second seed. I don't know what else to say. things are looking rough if you're GAM. And time is not gonna be in your favor either. No matter how strong this Rumble is. As time goes on, there is gonna be a very, very strong cast, a very strong Ornn. Ornn is gonna be very close actually for the 4th Ornn item as well. Stucky. Really pops the ult. So is he still double ulting with the shockwave. And Pawn also gonna be knocking out a few people, but no dead people from GAM just yet. There is gonna be ulting from Eddie. Bit of a sandwiching from GAM. And this might just be the ultimate from the Rumble. Is not doing too much. There's the triple kill picked up by Eddie. And I feel like this is GG at this point. There's a few more objectives to pick up. Soul Point, Baron as well. But it really feels like the TSW. I mean, GAM literally did not get a single kill ever since those early 3. Ever since those early 3, they did not get a single kill. And Levi is going to be falling very soon as well. He survives this encounter, but Baron now for TSW. And they're just looking so incredibly dominating. Incredible domination from TSW. Back there split to regular season form. And then we all thought that this team would be the one at MSI. I mean, what an incredible game from them. What an incredible synergy too. The Nocturne Orianna is absolutely coming in clutch. I don't think I've seen a bad Vombo combo from them so far. With the Baron, they also gonna be securing their soul point here. Another turret as well. I mean, at this point, are we even gonna be seeing the 4th dragon for TSW, or would the game end before that? And I mean, GAM is trying their best. Bounty is picked up by the turrets, but in the meanwhile, TSW gonna be getting 2, and they're gonna be knocking on the base with Baron powered minions on both fronts as well. I mean, this is just absolute domination following the comeback. And now he's still going in with the ultimate once again, channeling, getting Kia down super low. Not dead just yet. Spawn is only arriving now with the ultimate. Gonna be knockups. And Eddie jumping in. This is a pentangle. It is a pentangle here for Eddie. No, and at least one is gonna go for Dire, but that's gonna be a triple. And they're gonna be ending the game right here. Absolute domination. Kia. Quadra. Okay, actually. Almost a panda for Eddie. Dire got that fun kill though. But what a domination! GAM was not able to get a single kill after their first 3 after the early game. Not a single kill after that. Incredible. Jesus Christ, this is the TSW. This is the promised TSW that we thought would be going to MSI. And they're gonna be 1 game away now to locking in playoffs and locking in the contender group for the 2nd round as well. What do you do if you're GAM? You got the perfect early game. I mean, you were against the late game comp, so obviously it was not a guarantee. But really, what do you do if you're GAM? I mean, just overall, what a dominating performance by TSW. And even after GAM, it's a really good early game. They were only up 1,500. And after that, they were just an abs. Oh my god, look at the damage as well. Emo and Levi so low. What a performance. I mean, I am speechless. And you could see GAM a little risky, really risky dive here in the early game, but they were able to pick up 3 quick kills. And at that point, I was like, oh, okay, maybe GAM is actually back. Maybe the playoff form is still here, coming into split 3. But after these early 3 kills, after getting the feat of Warfare, they did not get a single kill following that for the entirety of the game. This is just incredible. We don't have ratings for this game, but I mean, Histo and Dyer. Oh my. They would be close for me to give the 10 to them. And let's see if game 2 brings us something different, but I mean, GAM led the early game. They had better objective control for a while. And TSW could still outfight them. Their bombo combos were always on point 100% of the time. The team fighting was so much better. They had the plan. Eddie was like getting incredibly fat too. They had the plan, they executed the plan well. They also came back from a bit of a deficit earlier on. GAM had no say in this game. They did everything they could, everything that was in their power, but TSW just absolutely stomped following that part. It's looking like a 2-0. I don't want to say these things, you know. Obviously, things can change all the time. I don't want to say these things lightly, but I mean, if this performance keeps going, we might just be getting a 2-0 here. 7 minutes left. Okay, let me do the... Let me do this. Okay, Lodo. Let's complete this one. Not 2024, but melee. Could be mid lane. ADC as well. Who did we get as ADCs? Zeri was one of them, right? No, not bottom. Also, not human, but a female melee 2022. Wait, what's happening now? Oh, dance cam. Let's just do this now. Who did we get in 2020? That's like COVID years. COVID years are just a big. COVID years are just a big like slop for me. All the COVID years, I just feel the same. I don't know. I cannot make the difference between them. Could be Belvet. Could be. Wait, let me go back here. What? Not this one. Actually, possibly Bella. You're right. I didn't know. Okay, yeah, that's true. The COVID years are a big slot for me. Chop. Who? Ola? Okay. Someone like an X. Someone an X. What? I mean, we might be seeing a 2-0 here. Who knows? We might be seeing a 2-0. Is this Oriana or LeBlanc or Syndra maybe? Oh, no, not Alice, Syndra. Okay, I have a Syndra. I have zero idea which is this. That was an ultimate. Soraka maybe? Yep. I'm in a roll. Slash chart. Ornn. We literally just watched Ornn. Oh, Jesus Christ, I am on a roll. Besides the classic one. All the others were just a roll. That was so fast. We have 4 minutes now. What should we do with like the next 4 minutes, guys? What should we do with the next 4 minutes? Just a normal Wordle? Just normal Wordle, maybe. I downloaded it. It was too fast. I got everything. Okay. Amazing. That's a good start already. What else? Let's see. I don't even know what to do out of crane. Is this still a best for any new metas now? I don't even know what other words left. I just got no help. Let's see. I'm trying to make any word from the remaining letters. I know it's like it's oh no wait oh I mean, there's no word in the end, but I wanna just a word that's like a bunch of letters. But actually light could be. Okay, that's still not too good. My goodness, what the hell is happening here? I'm just getting through all the letters. I mean, it's either like U or O, right? It has to be U or O. There's only 2 consonants left. Loom. That's no. Couldn't be that. Loopy. Is it even a word? It is. Oh. L. Something. P. What? I mean, it has to be like a U, right? Something U. Lumpy. Okay, lumpy. Okay, 4. Not too bad either. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. I'm just going through these, like breezing through them. Just like TSW were breezing through the GAM match. I would be shocked if the second game is any different. I mean, the TSW just look dominating, honestly. It's not even one of those cases when it's like they got a good draft or something. I mean, I like that draft. I like the draft. It was just like I don't know, you know, they're like stomping. They got behind and they're still stomped. The mirror and copy has to be 1. Echo also has to be 1. Like copying something. I mean, Fed is also possibly 1. No? What? Squash, parroting. Yeah. Okay, what else? We have a monkey, gorilla. I mean, those... Bird? Monkey and gorilla, like bam, bug, squash the bug. Squash the bug. Monkey and gorilla has to be together. I'm so bad in connections though, so don't expect anything good from this. Beetle, cricket, bug. Going monkey, going gorilla, fever craze. I'm just gonna go for the other one. Fever craze bad. This has to be together. As like, you know, like want something really bad, like beetle. I'm not sure about beetle though. I think this is gonna be the bugs. Going monkeying or like about something. What could it be? Polo, squash? I don't know what. Whatever. I mean, the game is about to start. Sports and mania. Bug. Why? I mean, why would the whatever? The sports could have gotten it. Single animal in a creatively. That is crazy. That is crazy. How would I have gotten this one ever? I could have gotten this. I don't know why bug. I mean, bug is a maniac. I don't know. Bug for me is just like computer bugs. Okay, RS coming in. Oh my god. Just a moment after I said that I wish that GAM would be just sticking with one single mid laner, they're gonna be bringing RS team. A little bit just thought about how I wish they just stick with one of them and like try to make it best. Because the two mid laners are not necessarily having like different playstyles or different shampoos. It's not like a CFO situation. I literally just talked about how I would not like to see this one. I don't like this. TSW, I think they're gonna be bringing this home. They just look so dominating. And I mean, Evo had a bit of a bad game, not gonna lie. But it's like if they keep swapping their mid laners, like just none of them really gonna be shining, I think. I don't like it. Alright, give me draft. I wanna see the draft. I'm not too happy with what I'm seeing. I don't think it was necessary to bring out RS already. We'll see. Let's see the draft. Can TSW close out here? One more win would mean that both DAM and CFO qualify to playoffs. And also, maybe more importantly, one more win would mean that these two teams are qualifying for the contender group. So that means even the next round, they get to play against each other. They get to play against the better competition. And in a lot of ways, I think that's even more important because, I mean, these teams likely qualifying to playoffs anyways. We have a very clear bottom three teams. We have very clear bottom three. So it's, I think even if you somehow not like guaranteeing yourself in a contender group, you're making playoffs anyways. But I think the more important part is just staying in the contender group and playing against the CFOs and such. And also against each other, obviously. I think this is a more important part here. But we'll see what they're gonna be deciding on. We'll see if GAM would wanna go for something crazy here for Levi. I do feel like that might be a way for them to close out, like at least equalize the game score, tie the series. Something crazy for Levi. Who's available now? I mean, Recon up. And the Varus as well. With Nico not banned, could be a pretty strong lane. Unless TSW just steals the Nico, which I think there is a high chance of them doing so. I feel like this is going to be the Jarvan Nico lock-in for TSW. Stealing away the Nico should be pretty important. And the Jarvan Nico, is it coming? Also really, really nice. Like, they also have some Vombo combo potential together. Aurora or the ban. I just hope this is not a Galio. I'm not a fan of the Galio mid lane, even though Galio also technically has a synergy with Jarvan. I hope they're not gonna go for the Galio. I mean, Nico Galio is a pretty popular pairing as well, so possible. I just want to say Nico for now. Corki though, a little bit of a later stages as well. Later stage. I feel like this potentially is gonna be the Corki bot, unless they go for like a really AP heavy top laner. But what's more likely is that this is gonna be Corki bot and for Eddie. And if I'm GAM, I'm just slamming here to Nico. Nico should be pretty OP for them. With the Viego, okay, Levi bringing out the Viego. He's like, okay, I have to do this. I have to carry. And he might do that one as well. As RS, there's gonna be an Annie. Well, that's a pretty easy champion, so GAM has definitely some mid lane issues, but it does feel like that and I feel like they can do the Annie. It's not that big of a deal. But if I'm TSV, they're gonna do the Galio. I don't like this. I don't like this. I never ever liked the Galio mid lane. I guess it could be for Pawn as well, but it's most likely gonna be for Dire. This is a pretty common pairing together with the Jarvan, but I'm just not a big fan of that. Unless they find a massive damage dealer on the top side. I'm a little bit afraid if TSC will be lacking damage or not. Especially in the face of the Varus, Viego and Annie. All of them can just melt you down. I'm not a big fan of this draft for now, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe TSV is better than that. I'm not a big fan of that though now. I'm really not a big fan, not gonna lie. I mean, there's so many top lane bans because obviously GAM still has the top lane pick. Quite a lot of top lane bans. We might actually be seeing the Galio swap to the top, which I'm really hoping for. But this is still most likely gonna be mid lane Galio. Again, might be also banning us. I'm also surprised to not see a Nico ban from TSV. I feel like a Nico would have been a much better ban than the Nautilus ban. I mean, maybe you yourself pick up the Nico. I mean, Nico, Jarvan, and Galio very often pick together. You would also steal it away from GAMs. There is a added benefit of that is the Renekton being picked. Okay. Going for some early power in the top side. Now what are we gonna be seeing from GAM? Locking the support in the top. Cassante as per usual. Yeah, good old Cassante. And the Nico. There is a Nico in the end for the Varus. I like GAM's draft so much more already. Unless TSC just somehow cooks something up here for the support. But I feel like it's just gonna be a Leona or something like that. Is Rel or Rel? Leona or Rel? The Rel is potentially a bit better here, but I mean either of them. The Bard? Okay, talking is Bard. There is a bit of a cooking here. And there's a lot of CC, a lot of control in that part. Like, if Jarvan just locks someone up, Taki can absolutely delay the fights. There's a bit Dire coming in as well. So not too bad. There's a bit of a worry in me. Absolutely could be an anti-synergy as well with this combat. I'm worried about TSV's damage, not gonna lie. I'm definitely worried about their damage output here. And we'll see what they can do with that. There's just so much damage on the TSV, on the GAM side. I don't know what TSV could do with that, but we'll see. I'm a little bit doubting them. But they've won game 1 so incredibly dominantly. Maybe all my fears are not warranted. Maybe they aren't, but we'll see. I think the Nico pickup would have been pretty good for TSV. I would have liked anyone else but the Galio, but this is a pretty common pairing nonetheless. This is not like a unique one. TSV gonna have a ton of CC potential. But it's basically only gonna be the Corki who can do the damage, so it's all on Eddie. Eddie, can you do it? That is the big question. Can you do it, Eddie?
Minions have spawned.
I don't think this game is gonna be as explosive, at least until level 6 as the last one. Unless TSW can get something here. Okay. If they get an early lead, that might just be their way to the victory. As Elio gonna be pretty low here. But they couldn't... I mean, they got a heal. They got a heal from Elio, so there's that. They need to really bully out GAM here. Eddie needs to get super ahead. I feel like that is their only chance to really get this comp going. All eyes on Eddie. As this guy is the key to the victory. Obviously, Nico lanes are gonna be really good with pushing. So Taki has to be careful. Careful with that. He always has to be on alert and to stun. And RS is now in. For the first time this split, I'm fairly certain. For the first time in this split, he is in. But, I mean, Annie is a pretty easy pick. Only question is, can they get the resets going with the Viego? And if that's the case, then I don't think TSC can really fight back with this comp. Okay, pun. Sure, gonna go for the proc thing earlier on. You love to see that one. A little bit of proxy action happening. Sandy is gonna be a little bit behind, but I mean they're potentially gearing up for a swap. We have been seeing these early swaps, but no, it seems like... Oh, wait a second. Oh, RS got a solo bolo. Wait. What has happened there? Oh no, this is very reminiscent of game 1. GAM was absolutely leading the early game. Oh my. What a good flash from RS actually. Body blocking this the little jump. Early game leads reminiscent of game 1. But at that time TSW had a pretty nice late game comp. A lot of damage there with the Kai'Sa. And this is not the case here, and Dyer also gonna get caught out. No flash either. That's another death, and Levi gets a kill. So I feel like this is the 1-1. I don't know how they can come back. They were able to come back in the previous game, but they had a much better draft to do that with. Here on, it's a whole different story, man. It's a whole different story. I just don't think it's possible now. Now Pawn might be getting a trade kill on the top side. It's gonna go to Histo, but this will be still a pretty strong early comp. But I'm not sure if that's enough. The mid lane is in an absolute, I mean, no pun intended, but dire situation. And the bot lane should be won by the Varus Nico pairing as well. So this is just looking quite rough if you're TSV. The board really has to pop off here in those team fights. I don't know how when... Sorry. I don't know how when somehow the board needs to just delay the fights until there is enough damage put out by TSV. Now there might be a gank happening, but I'm not sure about that. No level 6 on board, no level 6 on the Jarvan. They're not gonna be deciding to go for it. RS has quite a sizable lead now. I mean, who knows? If TSC wins this game, somehow I think they're absolutely undoubtedly the second best team in the league. If they somehow is able to winning this one, there are no more questions left. If I thought that game 1 was against their odds, this is even more so. Anything that can go wrong is going wrong for them. And there's level 6 now for Levi as well. So the Reset City gonna be coming back up. Reset City gonna be happening in the next team fight. The only possible way I can see the Reset City not happening is if Board delays that somehow, but I'm still having issues thinking about like who would be the one who's really killing the GAM members from TSV. And another issue for Dire. There's the taunt coming in. Bit of a speed up by Elio. And Dire just barely but survives this time around. But really barely. No TP, he's gonna be losing up on so many minions once again. This is looking at, again, this is just looking like a 1-1. How can TSC win this? I don't know. But now Grob's next objective here. I mean, there is a bit Dire's ultimate up, Histo's ultimate up. Taki a little bit close, but not there just yet. I don't think it's gonna be up for the next fight. The Grubs has started. Grubs started by GAM. Okay, TSV arriving now. Who got the first one? It's gonna be GAM. TP from Renekton. Big fight might be happening, but I don't think TSV is in a good position here for that. Kia's gonna be super low. Eddie is just on the side. And okay, they're gonna be starting falling now. As Dire goes in, trying to get some kills, but he can get nothing there. Only one single grub. What TSV is able to get away with, but everything else is gonna be in GAM's favor. The game state right now, exactly the same how it was in game 1. But there is one big difference. I don't see how those champions on the TSV side can do damage. Man, TSV again. If you win this one, you're my GOAT. This is such a bad fight for them. I guess they had to fight earlier on. Like, there's not gonna be better opportunities for that, but I mean, this is very obvious that this is high to the end. And GAM is gonna be picking up the dragon too, it seems like. What do you do if you're TSV here? And it's Bart is ultimate now. Okay, Bart ultimate used. Can you get something out of this? Artemis being taunted now. Pun is coming in. The Taki, my GOAT. My absolute GOAT in Taki might be saving this game. This is just the first step. There are so many more things he needs to do. But first step is done. They're gonna pick up the dragon. That is so far so good. If Taki can go for this one single picks, just basically throwing all the assists you have on the carries. I mean, maybe Eddie can pick this up. But whenever it comes to the big fights, I just don't see how they're winning. They have to have like the perfect teamfight execution for that. I guess never say never. I'm never saying never. Anything can happen. And I mean, a lot of the times the Vietnamese teams, anything will happen. So I'm not ruling everything out just yet, but again, it is a much harder game to win than the last one. They have to do some magic here. Okay, I mean, picking up on Artemis, that's what I said. Oh, hold on for a moment. Hold on for a moment here. Okay. Picking up the carries. That's a good strategy for now. I'm still worried what happens a bit later on in the game. But for now, that's what you need to do. If they have this comeback as well after the last game, this team is just gonna be in the Hall of Legends for me. The gold lead, I don't think is mattering as much. I don't think the gold lead is that important right now, because my biggest worry is just the damage output later on. So unless Eddie has like a 2k lead in the lane, I don't necessarily think that's gonna be something that's super important. Well, they are gonna be stunned soon. There's also gonna be a dive coming in. It should be an easy peasy one. Levi gonna be the one picking up the kill there. And I mean, the Viego is getting ahead early. You don't want that. Anytime TSW gets something, GAM's reply is much better this time around than in game 1. GAM is not just giving up. For, like what we've seen last time. They're still in an absolute leading position in this game. And even though Artemis got caught out a few times, it was not Eddie who got those kills. It was Histo. Who's still up? I mean, there's gotta be like volume in that. I mean, Jarvan really needs to get fed here because their mid laner is more like a utility mid. So getting the Renekton Jarvan combo going is not necessarily bad, but Eddie has to find some victories for himself. Okay, fight. Taki has the ultimate. Last time around it was that ultimate that granted a victory, a small little victory for TSW. Let's see if they can do this again. Dragon is a bit further away, so not a lot of resources used just for this fight. But definitely, I'd say, oh, okay, fun. This end is already getting pretty strong. Elijah's down there. Well, this is disengaged for most part of the map. But Herald gonna be up soon. The Dragon also. And shortly after. I don't know what TSW could do here. I really want to believe in them. I love their style. I love how they're playing, but I don't think this is necessarily gonna be their game here. There's a ward. At least they're gonna be knowing that GAM is here, but I don't necessarily think they have the tools here to fight this Herald now. There's a little bit of a Bard ultimate, a little bit of a Jarvan ultimate, but is that enough? That is the question. If they find Levi here, that potentially could be Vey. Okay. So far, so good. And that the rest is coming in. Elio is gonna be the target now. Nico should be down. Ultimate is not even being used. That's a good start. That's a good start. Immediate taunt onto the teleporting in Kiaya. Maybe that's what they need. Okay, any ultimate also gonna be missing. At least not gonna be stunning anyone. But Talk is gonna be super low here. As he is still going in. These smoke corridors are not necessarily favoring TSV, but they got 2 kills. Very important. Levi is still up, so I'm not necessarily sure they can go for the Herald, but these little picks what TSV should be looking for now. Eddie's still yet to get a kill, so that is a little bit of a problem, but... And also what is a little bit of a problem is that GAM is still gonna be able to pick up the Herald as Levi is here. He was basically unscratched in that fight. And that's gonna be a pretty free Herald for them. Also getting closer to defeats once again. That was a good pick. And I really like how instead of Levi, who's going for the Carders, they went for Elio. They could not get down Levi, so... I mean, we kind of knew that GAM is going to be getting the Herald, but the fact they were able to get 2 kills here and no one died is miraculous. I mean, well done by TSV. I'd love to see that. But GAM going to be getting the first threat here. And we're definitely going to be securing defeats, just like last game. TSV was able to come back. Once again. They were able to come back. This time around it's just a little bit harder. Okay, Toki getting caught out here. And no one dies. And GAM with the turret, they're gonna be taking back the gold lead, but it's pretty cool. Eddie should be getting, I feel like, most of the gold here. However, it's mostly getting picked up by Histo and Pan. Okay, Levi getting caught here. Okay. I mean, Board Ultimate is still up if they wanna go for more. Not gonna be wasting that for now. Just gonna be waiting out what's happening. Okay, RS gonna get stunned here for a second. They're being careful. They know that Pawn is on the top side getting a turret. This is a pretty good trade overall. But I do feel like, yeah, there's gonna be the Herald rotating for GAM's very own turret. I mean, they probably should get this one, right? They're very close. I mean, okay, this is just gonna be one more hit. Oh, never mind. Minions did the job. So GAM overall coming out victorious from this one as well. At least Eddie was able to get a bit of a lead here. Especially after picking up this wave as well. Tiny bit of a lead for him. And because of that, the gold is ever so slightly in the favor of TSV. And also Pawn is definitely set up for great things here. But I'm not necessarily sure that it's gonna be enough for damage for TSV. But maybe, who knows, maybe that's little meatball, this little bruiser is gonna be the one who's just gonna be the main damage dealer for the team alongside Eddie. I'm really worried about the mid lane though. The last team fight that TSV won, Annie couldn't stun with the T-burst. And that already looked quite hard for TSV. Now imagine if the Annie stun coming through. Oh. They didn't even have a ward there. That was a pretty ballsy play from Taki. But I can appreciate these predictions. The game is... I mean, I feel like this is looking very GAM favored right now, not gonna lie. Okay, especially if they take down Pan. It's another kill for Levi. I mean, it already looked pretty GAM favored, but every Levi kill, just even making it more so. Now back to live. I don't know what to say. I'm just preparing myself for game 3. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Unless GAM just throws Atakan. Unless we are seeing a patented LCP Atakan throw. But if this Atakan goes to GAM, I feel like this is gonna be quite a different story. Okay, Bard is here. Bard is here with the ultimate. Okay, ultimate. Is it popped? Or is it not? Who's getting Atakan? There's a big question here. TSW getting the GAM members pretty low here. Wait a second. Okay, it's gonna be Levi getting the Atakan. But his team is getting cleaned off here. Or is also down. Wait a second. Taki gonna be going forward. If it's Levi, you got the Atakan. But everyone else is dying. Meanwhile, the LCP Atakan throw! The LCP Atakan throw! I would have to roll these years. Okay, not really years. After all these months. After all these months. Always. The LCP Atakan throw. Okay, that's a pretty big gold infuse for them. That's a pretty big gold infuse for all the TSW members now. And Eddie also possibly finally getting online too. Okay, he still kind of failed his flash, but nonetheless, Levi is still sticking around. Yeah, just jumping back in to get the Atakan, but it resulted in his life, so I'm not necessarily sure it was worth for them. I mean, they probably would have gotten cleaned up anyways, so might as well just take the Atakan. Okay, pretty good. And actually, something that we have not really paid attention to. This is gonna be the third dragon for TSV. This is gonna be the third dragon now. GAM might just be fumbling this game. The dragon is also a mountain soul, which is really good against Nanny and the water soul. These like poke champions. It's really gonna be coming in handy if they pick it up the soul in 5 minutes. And more so, most important thing, if you're taking a look at the golds on the bottom side, Eddie now with the lead. I wanted this guy to get ahead and hear this finally. Eddie with the lead now. Is this what we were looking for? Is this the comeback that TSU gonna be pulling out? Second game in a row. They're still a bit behind. Only 1,000 gold ahead in terms of golds, but I'm staying behind because I feel like the damage is still there for GAM to take TSU down. If they find a pick, there's still gonna be Reset City happening. I'm not fully subscribed to the TSU winning this one 2-0 just yet. But it was refreshing to see. I'm a little bit of a help from Atakan debuff, but even then, I feel like TSV has... I mean, they have picked up the throw. GAM definitely can throw, and they did throw, but TSV had to pick it up, and they were ready. They were ready to pick up the ball there. Now, what can they do with this bit of a throw? That is a big question. They're gonna be up against the feet. They're gonna be up against Atakan. But under their belt, there is still gonna be 3 dragons. So for the next 3 minutes, I feel like they just had to stall a little bit, and a very big price is gonna be waiting then. With the Bard, I do feel like if they execute it well, that a dragon pickup is gonna be absolutely possible. That is something that the Bard is exceeding at. They just have to move together, make sure not to anti-synergy either. Like if the Gallu and the Jarvan going in for someone, do not Bard all that. But Taki has been doing a pretty good job on the Bard so far, so I wouldn't assume anything going wrong in the future either. I mean, Baron is also here. A Baron pickup would mean that you have Baron buff for the potentially soul fight. Definitely, their only goal should be now just catch Levi somewhere, catch him lacking. But that's gonna be pretty hard. Levi is usually not lacking, so that's gonna be hard on the TSV side. But if they do so, then a lot of rewards are waiting for them. As Artemis, maybe he's gonna be the one lacking now. Evan is jumping in on him, but there's also Elio trying to save this play. Artemis going down. Nice board ultimate there, but can they continue this fight? Levi's still there. If he goes to Reset City, things might be different here. Reset City coming in hot, using it immediately. There's double kill in Reset City in full force. In full force, and that's what I was afraid of every single time. Gold lead does not matter whenever you have a strong Viego like that. And Eddie also gonna be going down. And Pawn, I mean, might be getting Levi here. Can he get more than that? I mean, the Nico is also pretty strong, but the Cassante just doing Cassante. Things dire here. Might be trying to go for the taunt. Double taunt. Can they get more? I feel like one of them has to be a sacrificial lamb, or the game decides that it's not worth the risk. I mean, overall, it could have went worse. But if you're a game, you're very happy with this fight. Gold lead back to equal, even though it was never really that much. And Levi just incredibly strong. I mean, Artemis is a good pickup here. Very good pickup, but he's not the main carry. He's not the main carry. Honestly, I mean, he still had the right idea here, but I feel like they should have just leave it. Levi is so strong, they cannot fight him right now unless there's the Bard ultimate picking him up. I don't feel like in just a normal team fight he can be taken down. This is a bit over aggressive from them. They really want to get down Eddie. And I mean, they did so, but taking out Levi here, right? I feel like that this is a pretty fine trade for TSV. So it could have went a bit better for GAM, but I feel like they're still pretty happy with that. And now the dragon fight, as you can see on the side now. There's a dragon fight happening. Dragon spawning, and GAM, they have their eyes on it. Ultimates are up for TSV, so if GAM is not careful, they might be throwing this game right here. Wait a second. Oh, Pawn getting caught out here. Seems like they're... I mean, GAM is going to be turning around. Board ultimate could really screw with them if they just really hard focus on one champ. Ores though. Oh, Ores damage is quite high. Now there is going to be the help from Histo coming. Sorry, from the Dire and Histo as well coming in. Ores is taken down. Tibbers already popped and Tibbers is taken down. Ellie also in the small corridors. Gonna be helping out a lot, but they have to take down Levi. Levi's dead. Levi's dead. TSV might just trying to fight it, looking for. And there it is. TSV! TSV just probably won this game. There's no chance. Double for Eddie. They gotta be picking up the Mountain Soul as well. No way. How did GAM throw this one? They had every single tool to win this game. They won the early game. They won the team fight. They could have picked up this mountain. How are they throwing this? Eddie is carrying this for TSV. I mean, I think they're lacking damage, but nonetheless, I mean, the board is doing such a phenomenal job, I think. Those board ultimates and stuns are coming in clutch for them. And Oris, I feel like he overestimated his power a little bit here. This is massive, taking an Oris here. Look at this. 2 stun. I mean, also Histo, but like the fact that 2 of the GAM members were stunned, buying a little bit of time, and Levi jumping in, but it was already too late. Taki has to be the MVP of this game. I swear, Taki. Usually supports are not like the front runners for MVPs. And I feel like Eddie is gonna be the one getting the MVP, but if they win this one, Taki is my MVP. I might be a bit biased to the support, but all those board ultimates are so insanely good. Absolutely keeping TSV in this game. And they have the Mountain Soul now. Definitely helping not to get caught out by any of the LU ultimates or something like that. Making sure that the Reset City is a little bit harder to start. And I mean, Baron up. I don't think either team would really be going for that now, but with the Mountain Soul, TSV would be in a better position for that. Oh, Artemis caught out again. Those ultimates are so good. Has to flash out. No flash on the Varus now. Also immediate Mikael says that was well done by Taki 2. Or not, is it Mikael's or whatever, you know, the little clans. Well done, so far so good. Here's your chance. Artemis, they always focus on Artemis, but Levi's also gonna be dead. Eddie kill Levi. This is easy. This is easy. TSW might have just won this game right now. I have no idea how they're doing this. They had no agency winning this game, but they are just better. They are just a better team. And they're gonna get the Baron now. Not gonna have the Baron buff for the Elder, but they're gonna be able to set up pretty well for that. I mean, maybe, for the very last few seconds. But they're gonna have all the tools, all the setups for the Elder fight as well. I mean, if we see the Elder fight, like, this team is looking pretty strong. If they find another pick like that, 30 minutes into the game, that timers are super long. That timers are gonna be super long. They can set up the Baron. They can set up the Baron minions to have the lane advantages, and they can immediately after that go for the Elder. So I mean, he is still MVP, might be also no question. Stunning Levi, so Eddie can do the damage, and then going for the Cataclysm on Artemis. So well done. I'm a little bit biased for supports as per usual, but I think it's gonna be his MVP, let's be honest here. The Nocturne was so good. Everyone played well from TSW, I mean, honestly. Maybe I'm not even really able to get like one MVP out, but everyone plays well. Okay, Pawn getting caught out again. Ultimate from Taki not gonna be hitting anyone this time around, but there's the backup coming in. And the backup is really strong. Eddie's still here, and as long as Eddie's up and alive, he's gotta be the main damage dealer of this team, and Levi's dead, no more reset city here. Kiaya should be falling soon too. And are we even seeing a dragon fight? There's a question, but the answer might be no here. The wave is here. I mean, there are low health bars. Norris is still up. Are we gonna be seeing the end of this game? Is this just the end? Dyer teleporting back. I feel like this might just be the end. TP coming in. We are gonna be seeing TSW in 2 games, 2 comebacks. The first one, they had the late game comp. I was like, that makes sense. I don't think they had any agency winning this game, but they're doing so. And I feel like after this game, we can very convincingly say that they are the second best team here, and with this one, they're also gonna be securing playoffs together with CFO. What a performance! Oh my god. What a performance. With this one, I'm not sure they're going to be showcasing on the broadcast, but with this victory, they're going to be locking in the playoffs. TSW's victory. They will lock in with TSW's victory, they will lock in their place in the contenders group alongside CFO, and it also means both teams qualify for the season finals playoffs. A quick day today, quick day. Quick day today, guys. I thought this is gonna be a bit more close. I mean, I guess like early game was close, but I really thought this is gonna be a little bit different than the SHG game. Nope, it wasn't. It was not. Sorry. What a performance, honestly. TSW back to their form. And that's why every single analyst was talking about this team being at MSI already. Which is kind of fumbled in playoffs, but they're gonna have another chance. They're gonna have another chance as they are already locking in the playoffs for themselves. Let me make my tweet. I'm just searching for an image with the CFO too. Absolute domination from them. And CFO and TSW is up on you now, guys. It's up on you. With TSW's victory, they will lock in their place in the contender group alongside CFO, and that also means both teams qualify for the season finals playoffs. Unless I misunderstood the rules, I think this is what's happening right now. But let me check just one more time, so I don't tweet stupid stuff. And Taki is the MVP. Finally, there is justice in the world. There is justice in the world. Taki is gotta be the MVP here. His Bard was incredible. Also, his Poppy was incredible too. What a performance. Let me tweet it out now. With TSW's victory, they will lock in their place in the contender group alongside CFO, and that also means both teams qualify for the semifinals. Both teams qualified today. With TSW victory, they will lock in the place in the contender group alongside CFO, and that also means both teams qualified today for the semifinals playoffs. And tweet. Yeah, with TSW and CFO unsurprisingly qualifying for playoffs. No surprises there. It's a pretty early qualification as well, all things considered, but like, well, the earlier one was like LCP, but you know how the way the groups work, it's gonna be already qualifying them for playoffs. And to be fair, like, they deserve it. Like, they 100% deserve playoffs. I feel like there's no question that these are our two best teams right now in the LCP, showcased here as well. They had their issues in the early game, which I think in VOD reviews they should be touching on a little bit. So yeah, sorry, there you go. So TSV probably should be looking back in VOD reviews about that early game, because I don't think that the early game was that great, and if there is a... I mean, CFO probably is the best team. Obviously they're the best team, but I think CFO might be 2-0ing them. We'll see that next week. But nonetheless, I do feel like the TSV and CFO are gonna be our world's teams unless things go wrong. Because last time around we thought they're gonna be at MSI, but things happened in the playoffs, and that was a bit of a failure on the TSV part. But nonetheless, it should be clear who are the best two coming into round 2 as well. They're gonna be playing against each other for the contender slot. Like, still important who's second, who's first, who's second, but both of them gonna be in playoffs at least. That's confirmed. Everyone, quick day today. Back-to-back 2-0s. However, I think we have a good picture now about the standings. I think we have a good picture now where the teams are. And yeah, next week gonna be pretty fun too. I think I'm gonna be missing one day As I know, I'm gonna be missing one day next week. I'm not sure which one. I think I'm gonna be missing day 1, but day 2 should be the more important match. So that should be the more important place, nonetheless. Anyways, see you guys next week. I think I'm gonna be away for Saturday, but Sunday I'm 100% gonna be here and 100% gonna be watching some of the most exciting games, as the CF or TSW gonna be there. See you guys next week. Bye bye everyone. Bye bye.